Yeah, I'm just gonna click start. I'm just gonna click start, which means that we're here. It means that we're official. Fucking hell, mate. No, I'm excited about it. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be a good time. Okay. Oh, let me check my shit here first. Oh my gosh, I have a Discord notification. Holy fuck. Who knew that such a thing was possible? I'm just kidding. I knew. I knew. Carson, welcome in. What the fuck is a mile? Neela, welcome in. Sarash, welcome in.
There are a few people I hold in high regard, and I count you and Bourbon among them.
Hey cutie, cute.
God damn it. God damn it. Mary. Mary, welcome in. Wait, I'm gonna give it a cooldown for today. Mary. Hey Mary, welcome in. One day it's just gonna have just a little bit of a cooldown, okay? Just a little. I could also turn down the volume. It's probably a good idea. Oh, it says 0 minutes. That can't be right. That can't be right. Wait, who's moaning at me? Oh, it's also Mary.
Oh,
2-hour cooldown. Oh, I think I gave it 10 minutes. Okay. Okay. Serious gameplay. We're here. Okay. Welcome in, everybody. It's good to have y'all here. How y'all doing? Also, Carson, I appreciate the sub. I got distracted by stuff, man. Fuck. 19 months. 19 months. 19 months? Jesus. That's almost 20 months, man. Good shit. Hey, good shit. I appreciate that. Why not play a real skill? I'm showing people who don't know how to play the game at all how to play a nice, easy, fun skill. Okay, now if you've never played Grim Dawn, we're gonna play one of the most noob-friendly skills that you can play. Okay, I'm gonna show you how. Watch here. Just can you see what's? Just watch what's gonna happen here. Okay. And fun. It's fun, stylish, classy, and easy to play. Right? Mel, welcome in. How's it going? Serious gamers only. God damn right. Oh, Lord, Hannah. Just Hannah with a mustache. Oh my gosh, Neela's streaking. I'm not going to steal the hot dish thing, but apparently Neela is naked right now. I'm just saying. Y'all do what you want with that information. Neela with the 3-stream streak. 3. The big 3. 3 is perfect. Nobody ever complained about a 3. Okay, it's not lightning necro, no. Okay, so welcome to Grim Dawn. You've opened Grim Dawn for the first time. Okay, you have no idea what to do. There's people hanging from nooses on a tree. There's a guy here. There's zombies and shit. We gotta make a character. Okay, what's the first thing you gotta do? What's the first thing you gotta figure out how to do? We have to create a character. Okay. Music is chaos? Yeah, it's Japanese modern fusion. It kind of sounds Irish. I don't know why Japanese and metal music ends up sounding Irish together. But yeah, that's what it is. Enjoy your fog! Don't die. Don't die. Electro-Irish. Yeah. done a For the King stream in 2 years? That can't. I haven't even been streaming for 2 years. What are you talking about? Don't be ridiculous. And yeah, I know, Neela lost her streak. I feel bad about that, but luckily it's not my fault. Nibiru, welcome in. How's it going? Okay, so we're creating a character, right? There's some very important choices to make right up front. Right up front. You got to make a name. What's in a name? Wait, there's that isn't that a what's in a name? Oh, it's just a line from Romeo and Juliet. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. Sure, I'll be Rose. Why not? You gotta be a male or a female. This game was made a long time ago. There's no other options, okay? I'm always gonna pick a girl, because that's just the way it is. Female AIDS. Listen, we like that around here, okay? Next, now this is an important thing. This is very fucking important. Please pay attention. There's a box here that says veteran. The game tries to encourage you to play veteran mode if you've played like other ARPGs, or if you want to consider yourself like a true hardcore gamer, right? The game wants you to pick veteran. Never pick veteran. Never. Do not the veteran. Okay. I can't emphasize this enough to you. Do not play veteran. Holy fuck. People that are experienced at the game will tell you to pick veteran for various reasons. Those reasons are all wrong. Okay? Veteran gives you 10% more experience, which is cool. Veteran also makes monsters take like 50% longer to kill. The shit's not worth it. Don't do it. There's no reason to do it. There's no reason. Veteran just makes your life worse for no reason. Okay? Don't do it. Veteran is like if you were like, oh, I'm gonna make myself some food. I'm gonna make some eggs. I'm gonna make some scrambled eggs, right? On normal difficulty, non-veteran, you go to your fridge, you get the eggs, you take the eggs out, you get your frying pan, you get your shit, what the fuck ever you put in your eggs, right? You make your eggs, you put your eggs on a plate, you eat them. Great. Normal. The way things are supposed to be. Normal. Veteran mode. Very similar. Very similar. You take the eggs, you get your frying pan, you get your shit, you make the eggs, everything's fine. You grab the stovetop with your hand and let it like just sear your hand for a couple seconds. And then you take your hand off, and then you put your eggs on the plate and you eat your eggs. Very similar. It's a very similar experience overall. It's just worse, right? It's just worse. There's no reason to do that. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Don't ever check veteran. Meatball, welcome in. Master Halls, welcome in. How are y'all doing? So we're not checking veteran. Don't do that. Hardcore, that's up to you. I always play hardcore in Grim Dawn because, you know, I'm a pro gamer, but you don't have to do that. It's obviously, you probably shouldn't do it, especially if it's your first time. For fuck's sake, don't do it. But out of all the ARPGs on the market, Grim Dawn is like one of the fairest, you know, for hardcore. So if you wanted to play hardcore, this would be a good game for it. There's very few cases in Grim Dawn where there's like a one-shot type mechanic. You know, they exist, mostly later game kind of things, but it's not like PoE 2 where you can just randomly die to some bullshit. So, you know, it's doable, but it's up to you. So, we created our character, okay? And then we're gonna start in the main campaign. Don't do custom game, and for the love of fuck, don't ever play Crucible. You're allowed to play Crucible if you want to. Play the main game first, please. Please. Don't fuck around with Crucible. It's worthless. Single player, you're allowed to do multiplayer. This game is from like 1996, by the way. That's not true. But it's from 2000 something. It doesn't have like real server-based multiplayer. It's got like peer-to-peer multiplayer. So, you know, do what you want to, I guess. And then we're on normal. Again, we're not checking veteran. Those we'll get to later. Elite and ultimate, right? Don't worry about this other shit. And then we hit start. Use your salami on the hot stove. That's an option. Oh, the lore! The lore! Oh no, I skipped it! Ah, fuck. Well, I skipped it. Projectile shotguns? Wait, what? Dale! Welcome in. How's it going? Don't even own Crucible? Fucking A, right, man. Good choice. I do own it, but I don't ever use it, so I might as well have not bought it, right? But I have it. Okay, so we're in the game. The lore is we were possessed by an ethereal, and they were hanging me on this noose right here. And then the ethereal left my body, and they cut me down, and now I'm here, and I'm alive. We're explaining everything, right? Everything. Had fun with your warlock today? Nice. What kind of build is it? What kind of warlock? Oh, projectile shotguns that can sunder you. Oh, can like one shot kind of thing. Yeah. But that's like much later on, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're here. We're level 1. This is what we look like. One very important thing is that you can move the camera in Grim Dawn, right? You can move the camera. You can zoom in and out. The default button is probably your mouse wheel. I rebound it a long time ago. But you start out by default not fully zoomed out, and you should probably play fully zoomed out unless you're a psychopath. If you are a psychopath, you don't have to. You could even play fully zoomed in if you want to, right? But you shouldn't. Don't do that. You should be fully zoomed out. So there's that. Another thing in Grim Dawn is that you can rotate the camera. Wow. Now listen, you do you. Okay, you do whatever you want to do in your life. I don't ever rotate the camera. It is not necessary, even a little bit. That's very distracting, by the way, that Irish electro. You don't ever have to rotate the camera. Literally never. You don't have to do it. Chosen Cataclysm. All content. Nice. Good shit. I don't think I've ever played a warlock. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played a warlock. Streamer that plays fully zoomed in. Yeah, don't do that. I mean, I don't know everybody that streams Grim Dawn, but I know that Rolly plays like half zoomed in-ish, which is, you know, more power to you if you like it. Personally, I can't imagine why you would ever do that, right? Because if you're zoomed in, you just can't see as much shit. You just can't see like attacks that are coming in, or things that you have to dodge or whatever, right? So zoomed out is better. Press any button to continue. I pressed the power button on my PC and the game did, in fact, not continue. Yeah, it should be better labeled, for sure. Yeah, don't press the power button. You have to press a button that's like attached to your computer. You can't just press the button on your VCR, you know? Yeah, it's got to be an in-game button, believe it or not. Was doing Chaos Aether Ray. Oh, is Chaos Aether Ray not good? I also have never legitimately played an Aether Ray build, so. And probably never will. The next thing we do is we click this little button right here. It says Compass Map Toggle. That's a really misleading like set of words, right? Click to change size of the minimap. Click change size or minimize the compass map. So that's this little map up here. It starts off small for no reason, and we don't need it to be small, right? Bigger is better so you can see your shit. It's your little mini map. You can also turn it off. I don't know why you would do that. 10 seconds downtime? Ooh, yeah, no, That sounds really shitty. Yuck. That. Okay, next. This is all shit before we even started, right? We're barely even playing the game. There's some options in here. There's a couple of things to know about some options, right? I don't remember which options you start off with when you start playing the game, because that shit was a long time ago. Gore is an option that can matter if you're playing a cultist, which we will not be, so don't worry about it. Auto loot radius, I'm pretty sure starts somewhere in the middle, and you want to put it up all the way to the max, right? Auto loots components and iron bits, which is basically like gold. So you might as well max that out, right? On here, you do whatever you want, do whatever options and shit. Fucking, I don't just look through shit on your own, okay? Don't worry about the rest of it too much. But you can rebind keys and shit. Whatever. All right, we have a guy.
Still drawing breath, I see. You're one lucky bastard, I'll give you that. Best go speak to Captain Bourbon right away. He seems to have a plan for you now that we've spared your life.
Hey, I'm listening to the lore. How did I get here?
You were possessed. So we strung you up. Seems the spirit fled your body before your life ran out. I'd have left you to hang, but the captain had other plans. He sees some purpose in you, and I'm not going to argue.
Where's this fucking captain?
He's up the road, in the courtyard. Don't make me regret cutting you down.
Good shit. I'll go talk to him. Neela, welcome back. It was probably Magi. Is Magi a pure soul? That don't sound right, do it? It don't sound very fucking right at all. No, it was Sarash, actually. Thank you, Sarash. Otherwise, I never would have decided to do it on my own. All right, so we're playing the game. So we click with the mouse, we move around, right? Click to move. Go like this. I'm holding down. I'm not actually clicking, but you can also click. Click, 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 click. And then we come into town. Devil's Crossing. It's the name of the town. This is Captain John Bourbon. He's a good guy. I need a better pause.
Not looking too bad for someone just come back from the brink of death. You were taken, possessed by the same creatures that have been reanimating these zombies here.
Take me, Daddy.
Normally, I'd have burned you with the rest to be safe, but we've lost too many people to the dead. I need someone expendable, someone with nothing to lose but a lot to gain.
That's me.
Right now, you're that person.
That's me.
Prove your worth to me, and the survivors of Devil's Crossing may just welcome you.
What do I have to do?
The bodies of the dead are rising again in some horrible unlife.
That's these guys.
Corpses don't just get up and move around on their own. Something is reanimating our deceased with ethereal energy.
Our deceased?
We have observed the dead for some time, and they appear to be flooding Lower Crossing from the burial hill, just beyond town.
Okay.
I want you to go to the burial hill, find whatever is controlling these abominations, and destroy it.
Let's fucking do it. Where's that hill?
You will need to fight your way through Lower Crossing.
Okay.
Once you've crossed the stream on the far side of town, there will be a beaten path leading up to Burial Hill.
Who's beating off?
I know I'm asking a lot of you, but I'd be asking a lot of my people to welcome you with open arms too. Help us in our hour of need, and I will open Devil's Crossing to you.
I got a little chub. I got a little chub. Oh, Neela, you fucked up.
She was jacking here, jacking there, jacking everywhere.
I am planning to put it on YouTube, on my little YouTube channel that I never use. Yeah. Box! Welcome in. How's it going, man? Look, these zombies are fighting somebody. Okay, they're fighting Maynard, the Watchman, and Briggs, the Watchman. Nobody's doing any damage. They all have plot armor. Very impressive. We start off as a level 1 guy, or girl in this case, right? Girl named Rose. Level 1. We have stats and shit. We'll worry about that later. We have no skills. We're level 1. Okay. The only thing we have is weapon attack on my left click. So what I'm gonna do is a pro gamer move, okay? And I'm gonna hold left click. That's sick, right? Now, it actually is sick. That was not, I was not being facetious. One very cool thing about Grim Dawn that's not in a lot of other ARPGs is it's got like an auto target, like retarget system, right? I only clicked and held the mouse once and it killed all 3 zombies. So you don't have to click for every attack. You also don't have to let up your click and then re-click another zombie to attack it. You just hold the fucking mouse button down and it attacks everything. And that is sick. Okay. Next. Wait. Before you leave the town, there's something very important. I don't know. You can see it, but I don't know if you know what it is. If you look, where the fuck is my OBS? OBS, you little bitch. If you look at the, it's the very far corner. It's way. Can I move my camera? Okay, move my camera right up here. Do you see this? This thing? You see this shit? It says crudely scrawled note. Okay, you see it? We're gonna click on it. It looks like it's too far away. Okay, we can't go into town yet. So it's in town, technically, and we can't go in town because we're not trustworthy. But what you do is you stand like here-ish, right? And then you just click on it. Don't have to fuck around with your camera. You don't have to move your camera. Just fucking click on it. Okay, that's it. And that's a lore note. Our very first lore note. You're always trustworthy. No, I believe you. They're going into the fog. They're going to miss the lore. They're going to miss the lore. So this is a crudely scrawled note from town. It says, wait, is it going to say the same thing when I open it? I don't remember. Let's find out. Okay, also shut up. Oh no, I already, oh, okay, it does say it. It does say it, okay. Who is this? Who's saying this? I have no idea. Now, I ain't a decent man, and I sure ain't good at writing, but word needs to get out about what this place really is. This prison, it ain't like no joint I've ever been in, and I've seen double my share. Men don't stay here long. Oh, men don't stay here long neither, and some of the lads they haul in, they ain't criminals. I'd know. Moment I see a man, I can tell by his eyes that he done wrong. These boys, I see fear. I seen this warden a couple of times. Big man in black armor. If you ain't no better, you'd think he was on the wrong side of the bars. Every day, he and his lackeys take prisoners out to this hut in the yard by the dozen. They ain't never come out. Later, wagon rolls by the hut, and it always leaves full. I know, it's a lore run too, in addition to everything else. Branix, welcome in. How's it going? They don't let us out our cells no more, but I can tell there ain't much of us left. The halls are quiet. I'm the last man in my row. The others, they was taken in yesterday's batch. I ain't asking for pity. I know my end's in that hut, but perhaps this note will be the one good deed in my pathetic life. God damn. I don't know who that note's to. Well, I guess it's to me, right? Because we picked it up, so. Good shit. The Warlord. So we still have it, but I decided to do a new fresh start playthrough because we're doing a fully explained fresh start from the ground up. Okay, we've been going for 24 minutes and we haven't left Devil's Crossing yet. It's gonna be a good time. So we read the lore note, right? Two important things. Lore notes give you lore, which is very important, right? Critical to understand the world that you're in. And two, it gives you experience. I didn't pay attention when it popped up because I forgot to pay attention to it, but it gives you experience. This is your experience bar down here. It gave me, you know, some, I don't know, 20 experience or something. So, good shit. And there we go. Next lesson on the list. There's shit in Grim Dawn that you should click on, believe it or not. I know we clicked on enemies, we clicked on a lore note. You also want to open like chests and shit. There's also bodies on the ground to open. So this right here looks almost the same as other bodies, right? You'll get used to what they look like when you play. But this body is a rotting corpse that you can click on. You can tell because it has a little highlight when you mouse over it. So you click on it and it goes, and it shit out 48 iron bits and an insulating leather helm. I have rainbow filter on, and you are not going to have that as a new player. There's nothing I can do about that. And I hope you solve that problem for yourself. Okay, we picked up bits, automatically picked up bits off the ground. Bits is gold, bits is currency. You're just gonna pick it up, don't worry about it. We picked up a helmet. It equipped itself. It's got armor, it's got fire resistance. We've got resistances. Resistances reduce the damage that you take from various types of shit. So now we have 15% fire resistance, right? Fire res. Bits is a big oh yeah. Imagine if you got Twitch bits for every bit you picked up in Grim Dawn. Holy shit. I would be a Brazilianaire. Also, that's a sick fucking gasm, man. I love that shit. Hey, good shit. Good shit. Oh. That is how I feel. That is how I feel. Hamill, welcome in. A Brazilian dollars. I wish, man. I wish. Anyway, we have 15 fire res. Let me shorten it to res instead of resistance because I'm not a fucking psycho. I don't want to say that shit over and over again. 15 fire res. It's also got armor, right? Armor is cool. Armor makes a lot of sense. Armor reduces the damage that you take from physical attacks. Oh, manscaping? That's not a bad thing to do every now and then. Clean yourself up. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Many concerns? What could you possibly be concerned about? Helmet has 20 armor. You can see my armor rating says 9. Now, when you mouse over the armor rating, there's a lot of shit happening. Okay? So, first lesson. Different slots have different armor ratings, right? My head has 20. I don't have shoulders, so there's no armor. My chest has 12, etc. Right? You can use your eyes. Just use your fucking eyes. Look at the numbers. B, you have armor absorption. Okay? I've got 70% armor absorption. You start with 70 by default. That's the default number. Dunk, welcome in. I'm gonna put it on my YouTube eventually. Not that anybody goes there. There's nothing of value there, but I'll put it up there if you're interested. Heck, shoulders. No, shoulders are good, Mel. We want to wear armor on every slot, please. 70% armor absorption. So what that means is, like, my head has an armor rating of 20. Oh, also you have a different chance to be hit on every part of your body, right? 15% chance for any given swing to hit my head. So if they swing and it hits my head and I have 20 armor, I only have 70% armor absorption, which means that I only effectively have 14 armor that works on that hit, right? So eventually we're going to get ways to deal with armor absorption. For now, you can just see that it's a stat. It's there. It's present. Okay. Just woke randomly. Yeah. This is like the worst ASMR video of all time. Just constant, nice, smooth talking, chit-chatting about shit, followed by Good shit. Next, the world of Grim Dawn, the map, the place that we're walking around on right now is not randomly generated. This is the same every single time. That's not like that in a lot of games these days. It's not actually a bad thing. I might think it was a bad thing starting out, but it's not actually a bad thing. As a new player, it's a good idea to explore the world, right? Run around, find monsters to fight, check shit out. You're going to find chests that you didn't know about. You're going to find lore notes scattered around. You're going to find all kinds of things, okay? I'm not going to do a ton of exploring because I know where everything is because I'm a fucking professional. So we're not going to do a ton of exploring, but I will go to everything that's worth going to. I'll do that. So like these guys, that was not worth going to. Worthless. Pointless. Don't worry about it. We did level up, which means we have a 20-minute explanation about skills. The grimmest of dawns. Okay. I hit S, or you have your little book down here, skill window. Skill window. So, there's a lot of stuff happening here. We're picking soldier. Okay. You can feel free to pick whatever you want, look at whatever class you want, do your own shit. Okay. If you pick something and then you look at the skills and you're like, oh, I don't like it, you can do undo class if you haven't committed any points in here yet. So you can look at everything, make your choices, right? No, we're definitely doing soldier. The whole point of this is to do soldier. Get to the North Pole. That is true. You do end up walking north like 90+% of the time. Yeah. That's just the way the game is. So yeah, you can look at all your classes. You can do whatever you want. We're picking soldier. So soldier, basically, another thing about Grim Dawn is the class names, or the mastery names, I should say. The mastery names that are over here. A lot of them like don't really match up with like classic fantasy RPG class type names, right? I think Shaman is relatively classic-ish. Necromancer is pretty classic. Everything else is kind of fucking unique to Grim Dawn, right? Soldier is basically like the warrior type, right? He's the tanky bro. He's the big, strong, physical guy. He's safe. He's got strong attacks. He does a lot of physical damage. He can do some other shit too, right? Sure, but again, this is a noob playthrough, right? So I recommend soldier. We're gonna go with soldier. Original, yeah, they did. It's even worse in TQ, right? Sorry, oh god, deep lore. This game is Grim Dawn. It's built on the engine of a previous game called Titan Quest, or TQ. And TQ also had really weird class names. Tangent, don't worry about that. We've picked soldier, but nothing changes yet because we have to invest our points, okay? Is it okay to just do? God, I hope we find a global attacks note. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, that's the that's the advanced course. Not for today. So we're a soldier, but we have no skills and we have no bar. So the bar is basically how much of a soldier you are, right? And currently we are 0 of a soldier. So click this one time. We're going to click the bar one time, just the plus one time, right? Yeah, rank up. So this is levels in your soldier mastery. Intense physical conditioning necessary to brave the harsh reality of Cairn. So it tells you what you're going to get at for clicking it, right? You get 5 physique, 3 cunning, 2 spirit, 28 health, 10 energy. These are stats. These are normal ass stats. Click it. One time. One time. You can click it more than once. And then you can hit undo. As long as you don't go off of the screen, you can always hit undo. Okay? I could even undo my class. As long as you don't leave this shit, you can always come back. We click it once. That's all we want right now. Okay. Next, you can see when I clicked it, we got a bar. The bar went up to where the 1 is because we have 1 point in soldier. That makes sense. We now have 3 skills that have little yellow thingies around them, which means that you can pick them. You can take them, right? From top to bottom, we have Markovian's Advantage. I'll click you anytime, brother. We have Markovian's Advantage. How much do we want to get into weapon pool skills if we're playing forcewave? I guess we're doing it, right? We're doing everything. Fuck. I guess we're doing everything. Okay. So you don't have to worry about this if you're playing soldier. I'm sorry. If we're going to be playing forcewave. Let's start out with that. We're going to be playing forcewave. That's the whole point of the whole fucking thing. Forcewave is easy, cool, stylish, fun to play. Easy. And strong. Easy is emphasis. It's a very easy skill to learn the game with and to play with. So we're going to be doing forcewave. But we'll look at other shit. Okay? Unforceful wave. Just a limp noodle that you're slapping people with. That's some other class that don't sound like a soldier to me. Swimming pools, drank, headshots, drank. No, that's something else. Yeah, weapon pool skills can be dangerous for the enemy. Oh. All right, I'm gonna close this page and I'm gonna show you something. Oh, you also have an evade button. I forgot to explain this. You have an evade button. I think it's bound to space by default. It's evade, right? You've played Dark Souls. It's evade. It's a dodge roll. You know, that's the way it works. I also tend to like habitually push it anytime we're walking because it's slightly faster than walking. Anyway, we evade it. These are training dummies. You can just stand here and attack them. Just go like this. You can attack them just to see what happens. You can test your damage. You can see what's going on. I'm doing this. You don't need to do this. Do not do this. Okay? Do not. I'm just doing this to show you what you can do, but don't do it. Don't do it. I'm going to click 1 point in Markovian's advantage. We're going to get it back later. Don't worry. In Grim Dawn, you can't fuck up your build permanently for the most part. We can get this point back later very easily. Okay? Very easily. So I'm wasting it now just to show you what's happening. Don't do this. I'm thinking if I want to change my mind. Nah, it's fine. Fuck it. It's fine. Okay. 1 pointed Markovian's advantage. It's a weapon pool skill. There's nothing on here that says weapon pool skill. I don't know how you would know that. That's just what everybody calls it. It's a weapon pool skill. WPS. Weapon pool skill. And basically, you can see it's got a 12% chance to be used, and it does some shit, right? Can activate with all default weapon attacks. Yeah, but it doesn't say weapon pool skill. But yes, true. Thank you. Yeah. Everything that says can activate with default weapon attacks is a weapon pool skill. So Markovian's advantage is a weapon pool skill. Zolhan's technique, which is further down the soldier tree, right, is a weapon pool skill because it says the same kind of, it's got the same can activate with all default weapon attacks. 12% chance to be used. So that means that every single time I swing with a default weapon attack or something that is considered to be a default attack replacer, which we're not going to have on this build, but we can talk about that later. Anytime you swing with one of those things, you have a 12% chance for a Markovian's advantage to come out of you instead. Nilo, welcome back. Did y'all win? So you can read it, right? It does shit. It hits one target. It does 125% of your main hand damage, which it tells you what that is. Mel died, but Nilo... Nila, did you abandon her? What the fuck? Because, was it one of your other survivors helped you? 125% of your main hand damage. Your personality higher. That's not true, Mel. Don't be ridiculous. What is main hand damage, you ask? Good question. I've got a main hand weapon and an offhand weapon. Main hand has a little sword, offhand has a little shield. You start off equipped with some shit.
She was jacking here, jacking there, jacking everywhere.
You jack with your main hand. Unless you use your offhand, you can. Hell, you can use 2 hands at once if you want to. You can even dual wield 2 different jackins, but that's a group activity. So, Splintered Club is our main hand weapon. It does 8 to 20 physical damage. That's our main hand damage. This is doing 125% of that, which is 14 to 34. Now that math don't work out. That math does not work out. And I'll tell you why. It's because this is the base damage. 8 to 20 is the base damage. And the damage that you're seeing here, 14 to 34, is your base damage multiplied by whatever kind of damage increases you have, and also multiplied by that 125%. So, what is our percent damage being multiplied by, you ask? What a great question. I'm glad you asked. This is your character screen. You have 3 tabs. This is the first tab. It's got all of your basic stats on here. You can look at all your shit. You can read what it all does. We'll look at it eventually. This is your second tab. It shows you what your weapon attack does. It does 10 to 24 damage. Because our club does 8 to 20, again, multiplied by whatever the shit is. Okay? Listen, I'm explaining this like my grandma is going to play this game, okay? Attacks per second, that's not relevant right now. That's how fast you swing. That's fine. Attack speed, same thing. You can mouse over it. Just read the shit, whatever. We're looking for our damage modifiers. So I go down here. This thing does physical damage, right? 8 to 20 physical damage. We have physical, magical, pet. We don't care about pet at all. Physical. We're doing physical damage. 10 to 24. And yet we have a 0% physical damage modifier. Isn't that interesting? You can play pet builds. You can have a little puppy. As a matter of fact, there's a build where you can have 2 puppies. More than 2? I don't remember. Also, they explode. If you want to. No co-stream, thank you. This is your physical damage modifier if you have like percent increased physical damage on your gear or your skills or your devotions or whatever it is. We're going to get to devotions later, don't you worry. 0%, right? It says 0%. Well, if it's 0%, why am I going from 8 to 20 to 10 to 24? It's because this does not include the damage bonus that you get from your stats like cunning and spirit. And it says that on here, not including the bonus from cunning, right? Use your eyes, read, use your eyes. Look at what it says. This doesn't include the damage bonus from cunning. That would lead you to believe that there is a damage bonus from cunning. Perhaps you should look at cunning. Let's look at our cunning. We have physique, cunning, and spirit. Again, this is Grim Dawn being unique, right? We don't want the basic strength dex int, right? We have physique, cunning, and spirit. And they're similar, but not exactly the same. So right now we care about cunning. You can see that I have 53 cunning, which comes from 50 base plus 3, which the 3 came from my 1 point that we spent here, right? So we have 53 cunning. Villy, welcome in. Mr. Max and the Cunning Linguists. Oh, I wish. It's one of my favorite activities. Anyway, I haven't spent any points in cunning yet. I have 1 available point that I could spend into cunning by pressing the plus. I'm not going to do it yet. I'm just saying it's there. Our 53 cunning is currently giving us 3 bonus health. It's also giving us plus 21.6% physical damage, and also pierce damage, and also duration damage. I'm not going to worry about those yet. We'll deal with that later. Okay? Later. A cunning intellect improves your combat technique, increasing physical, pierce, bleed, and internal trauma damage. Cunning also increases your capacity for pain. That's the bonus health. Your chances of landing melee and ranged attacks. We'll come back to that. And critically hitting enemies. What does that mean? So, first of all, that's the bonus damage, right? 21.6 bonus damage takes our 8 to 20 up to 10 to 24. 10 to 24 times the 125% here goes to 14 to 34. That's where that number came from. Long story short. But what does it mean when it says increases your chances of landing melee and ranged attacks and critically hitting enemies? Good question. You have more stats. There's even more stats, if you can believe it. We have health. That makes sense. Energy is basically like MP or mana, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You spend this shit to cast spells, right? Or skills. Spells, skills, attacks, whatever it is. It all costs energy. Down here, combat stats. Offensive ability. I'm offend, right? Offensive ability. So this is what Cunning is talking about with your chance to hit enemies and also your chance to crit. OA increases your chances of successfully landing attacks and spells. So note, that's not just like attacking with a weapon, right? Anything that you're using to hit an enemy at all, in any way, depends on your OA to be able to hit. Increases your chances of scoring crits. So if you look at it, I've got an 89.3% chance to hit and a 0% chance to crit. Big goose egg. If I raise my OA, then as soon as my chance to hit goes above 95, I think, is that right? Am I remembering that right? It's been a while since I paid attention to the specifics. As soon as that happens, then you start to get some crit chance. It's 95 chance to hit, and then you get crit after that. Am I remembering that right? 90? Oh, it's 90. Shit. I'm not remembering it right. If your chance to hit goes above 90%, then suddenly you start to have some crit chance. It's not a 1-for-1, by the way. It's not like if you get to you go from 90 to 100% chance to hit, you don't suddenly have 10% chance to crit. The crit formula is very weird. It's very weird, but basically more OA lets you hit, right? You want to have enough OA to have 100% hit chance for any build, anything that you're doing in general. You want to have 100% hit chance, right? And your crit chance, you want to get crit chance, right? We'll get into crit more later, okay, but certain builds want crit a lot more than certain other builds. Some builds, crit's cool, it's like extra damage, it's whatever it is, right? I'm the teacher and Hamill's like throwing paper airplanes from the back of the class. Fuck. Some builds really depend on having crit. Like you need to crit in order to be able to proc certain shit or do whatever, right? Fucking whatever. We'll get to the specifics, but there's builds where you need to crit. Just, that's what OA does. It's like crab raving on your enemies. So anyway, that's cunning and crit. Again, your crit chance is like weird, right? It's not a 1-for-1, but more OA gives you more crit chance, and cunning gives you OA. So there's that. There's also physique. Physique is doesn't increase your damage at all, right? You're never getting physique for damage. Physique gives you defensive ability, which is chance to be hit and also chance to be crit, right? Conversion, we're just gonna avoid that. I'm just gonna yap about stats for 3 hours and then we don't have to talk about conversion. Also, Frazidark, welcome in. Yeah, more OA is generally better. I mean, it's a give and take with stats in general, but the puppies, we're not gonna have puppies on this build. Sag. Anyway, DA is your chance to be hit. Generally for most builds, right? You don't want to be hit. You also, for our purposes, for noob purposes, for leveling purposes, generally for leveling purposes, you mostly don't care about DA. You mostly don't have to worry about it. It'll mostly take care of itself. We'll deal with specifics on that later, but generally don't worry about trying to increase your DA while leveling for the most part. Cadence, but we're not actually taking cadence, so like we're not gonna get that hardcore into cadence stuff. Can you offend enemies in chat? No offend. Anyway, don't worry about DA. But physique gives you DA. Physique also gives you bonus health. All of these stats give you health, by the way. Physique, cunning, and spirit all give health, but spirit gives the least amount, cunning gives a little bit more, and physique gives by far the most. So if you need health, you go physique. Physique is also the stat that you need to equip heavy armor, right? So this helmet that we picked up is not heavy. It's a level 0 helmet, basically. But it requires 15 physique, right? Luckily, we have 55, so we're fine. But eventually, you pick up armor that needs more and more physique, so you can put points into physique to equip armor. Good. It also gives health regen. Cool. Whatever. Don't worry about that. That part doesn't matter. Spirit. So cunning gave damage for physical, pierce, bleed, internal trauma. Spirit is the damage stat for every other damage type, right? Basically all of the quote unquote magical damage types. Now in this game, there's no magical. That's not a thing. That's not a term. That's not a category that exists. But for spirit, we can call it quote unquote magical damage. And that's basically every other damage type that's not covered by cunning. So it doesn't list them all out, but Mel's going to go full spirit magical build. Magical girl. All stat. Yeah. So another thing about stats is that the general idea with stats is it is preferable to not put any points into any of your stats until you need them. I'm going to ignore that rule a little bit because I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional, okay? But in general, while you're leveling, like I have a point, right? I have a point and I would go like, oh, cunning increases my physical damage. I should put in a cunning point. No, you shouldn't. Don't do that. You don't have to do that. Just save your points. Because the thing is, if you're out there and you pick up some armor or weapon or whatever it is that needs 100 physique and I've got 55, you're never going to be able to fucking equip that shit if you spend every single point as soon as you get it, right? So let some points build up. You don't have to, save every single point, but I usually build up 5 to 10 and then I'll spend them 5 at a time because I like spending things 5 at a time. It makes me happy. No reason for that, by the way. It's not actually beneficial, but Neela, welcome back. Savings account. Yeah. So we're not going to spend it, right? But those let you wear gear. They also do stat things. Again, you can read what they say. Very cool. Spirit also increases your energy. So if you have like energy problems, if your skills are too energy hungry, right? Spirit is kind of the solution for that. Generally speaking, most of the time on most builds, you're not going to put points into Spirit unless it's a build that specifically wants to stack Spirit. So Spirit's kind of the like redheaded stepchild. But yeah, that's the stats. Boy, howdy. That was a lot of talk about stats. And we got all of that for our damage, because we were looking at our damage from Markovian's advantage. Yes, or to meet item requirements, yeah. But again, that's the reason why you basically just hold your points. There's caster gear needs spirit. That's true. So, like with this build, frequently with this type of build, very late in the game, like end game-ish, your jewelry ends up needing spirit to wear it. So your 2 rings and your amulet, and the build that we're going to be playing doesn't naturally get a lot of spirit, so we're probably going to have to put some points into spirit later on to wear stuff. But I'm not going to do it now because that would be fucking insane, right? So that's an option. Oh god, I got a text from my boss at 5:30 at night. I'm not going to look at that. Jesus Christ. Please don't make me have to deal with that. Holy fuck. Cap, welcome in. Yeah, jewelry can need spirit, so we'll do that later. We're not doing that now. Anyway, the point of all that was that that's where this 14 to 34 comes from. And then this also does flat 22 physical damage. That number that you see there is also modified by the modifiers that we already talked about. It also, this swing gets a plus 15% to all damage. I think that number's already rolled into the things that we're seeing there, although I'm not sure about that. I'm not actually sure about that one. It's a relatively small bonus. You don't have to worry about that. It also does 30 reduced target's defensive ability for 5 seconds. So when the Marco's advantage hits, your enemies also have OA and DA, right? So this thing lowers your enemy's DA by 30 for 5 seconds. Enemy's DA does exactly the same thing as yours does. So them having lower DA means that you can hit them more and you can crit them more. So that's cool. Back to what we were talking about. It's got a 12% chance to happen when you attack with a default attack. Do you see this weird jumping attack that I do? That's the Markovian's advantage. 12% chance to happen. It's relatively low with only 1 point in it. It doesn't happen very often. We've got a very dry streak right now. Holy shit. It's the driest streak of my life. There we go. There we go. Another thing that happens. First of all, you can pause the game. You can pause the game. That's cool. I have pause bound to space. Second of all, if you look at the up at the top of the screen, it's got the name of the enemy that we're attacking. And when I do the Markovian's advantage little like overhand attack, the enemy gets a little like broken shield icon under their name, right? That's a little debuff. That's the minus 30 DA debuff. You can see it on them. Training dummy is level 3. It's got full health. Go ahead and do the thing. Go ahead and whenever you're ready. Yep, anytime. Anytime is good. And just whenever. Oh, there it is. There it is. So you can see that, right? And you can see it refreshes itself when we, like, if we happen to hit multiple. So you also see the big numbers popping up. That's us doing crits. Apparently, based on the difference between our offensive ability and the training dummy's defensive ability, we can only crit the training dummy when the Markovian's advantage debuff is on there. Because currently we have a 0% chance to crit, because your chance to hit and crit and be hit and all that stuff depends on the difference between your OA and the enemy's DA. And the Markovian's advantage debuffs drops their DA enough so that we can crit. How nice, right? How cool. Anyway, that's a weapon pull skill. We're not actually going to be using it, but I can't take the point out now, so... No, I don't have... We were talking about hellhounds in the game. No, I'm not planning on getting a puppy anytime soon. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for it. There's no puppies on this build. They're on a different build. We're taking forcewave. Let me tell you about forcewave. Let me tell you some stuff about forcewave. Okay? It says... Such force is channeled into the attack that it compresses the very air, projecting out a wave of energy that stuns and damages foes. This attack, it's an attack, by the way. This attack requires a shield or a two-handed weapon. So we happen to already be using a shield. That's sick, right? Oh, wait, I have a hydrate redeem, but I do need to hydrate because I'm talking a lot. It's been almost an hour and we've barely left Devil's Crossing. That's a good sign. Thank you, Box. Oh, I'll count that. I'll count that because I have a lot of water. Oh, this is the action-packed gameplay that goes with this music. Oh, God. Damn it, Box. Thank you. Also, everybody drink. Wait, everybody have something to drink, please. Please? Everybody, please. Anything you want. Alcohol, water, milk, jizz, whatever makes you happy. Conlon, welcome in. Sexy microtransactions. Let's come right back to forcewave. Hang on. We'll come back in a second. Ungod, welcome in. How's it going? So this is not a microtransaction game. Just to be clear, this is not a microtransaction game. But once we get into town, there's a little guy over here called the Illusionist, and he's going to let us change the appearance of our gear. Yes, but we won't be able to do it because we can't actually do Illusionist until we can do that. So Grim Dawn is not a grubby microtransaction game. That's not the type of game this is. But there are a few microtransactions that you can buy. Chaos one. I like the Mog one. I like the Mog one the most. Yeah, I did put a timer on it, you son of a bitch. Listen, I don't want to just keep drinking forever. If and when you ever do the loyalty pack for microtransactions, you can talk to this guy, Lancel the Knight, and he gives you little chat options for loyalty packs. And this is the one that I have that's got all these things, so like I can pick the one that I want, and I say receive illusion. And it gives me this little thing. This basically puts the armor that I chose into my Illusionist, but I can't use it yet, so. Expansions, you can do it right from the start. No. Not unless you go into Crucible, but we're not getting any Crucible at all. We're not talking about Crucible at all. That does not exist for a new player. Does not exist for a new player. Draenora, welcome in. I know, the very start. Pretty armor only. There's not that much pretty armor. It's mostly like you know, game appropriate, realistic for the stuff. He's standing outside to get it, but you can't go to the Illusionist to use it, right? So I got the stuff from the loyalty pack, but I can't actually put it on until I go into town. So yeah. The illusions are perfectly safe illusions. Okay, back to forcewave. So we picked forcewave, right? Again, it's an attack that requires a shield or a two-handed melee weapon. It costs energy. Most things that are skills use energy. It's got a 2.8 second recharge, also known as a cooldown time, right? I use it, I have to wait 2.8 seconds, then I can use it again. It's got a 10-meter range. It deals 90% offhand damage, so it doesn't use my main hand damage. It doesn't use my club. Because I'm using a one-hander and a shield, it's using my shield damage. And yes, your shield has a damage stat. The damage stat is only relevant for things that do offhand damage. Because we're using a shield, forcewave is doing offhand damage, right? Well, yeah, or two-hand, but we'll get to two-handed forcewave once we get there. Yeah. So it does 90% of your offhand. It also does an additional 12 to 22 physical damage. That's cool, right? No, you're okay. Don't worry about it. I'm just we gotta build. We gotta build up the whole thing. How many burgers in 10 meters? How long is a foot compared to a meter? I don't actually know. That's a good question. Anyway, we have 1 point in forcewave. So this down here, this is our left click to attack, right? We're also gonna right click on our right click, and that'll let us assign something. So we can assign move to, we can assign weapon attack again, and then I can right click to weapon attack, but that would be ridiculous. We have pet attack, right? So if you have a pet build, you can do a pet attack button. We have our heal potion and our spirit potion or energy potion, which are already buttons on here, so we don't need them on here. We have evade, same thing. And we have force wave. So that's force wave. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. It's sick as fuck. You missed some, you're gonna have to start at the beginning. A couple more years, I know. It'll speed up as we go. We're just doing a lot of the basics right now. Meter is about a yard, so 3 feet to a meter, roughly. Roughly. We're not getting into the numbers. Roughly. Okay. So 30 burgers in a yard? No, 30 burgers in 10 meters, roughly. Yeah, roughly. Yeah. Anyway, this is force wave. So you can see that's a 10-meter range, right? Where it's going to. Roughly 10-meter range, roughly 30 burgers worth. Force wave also has like a width, right? You can see roughly the animation. It's like a rectangle-ish that comes out of you. So it does that. And that's force wave. Fishing at, welcome in. It's a super TLDR stream. Anyway, long story short, we're level 2. And we picked force wave. Now, if you're doing this yourself, you would not have a point in Markovians. You would put 2 points in force wave, because the more points you put into a skill, the more damage it does. You can see over there, you can see what it gives you when you put it up to level 2. Costs more, does more damage, does more stun. Sick. Cool. Awesome. So now that we have a skill, we can force wave things, right? So one of the important things about force wave is you line up your shit so that they're in a line so that you're not killing one broski at a time. And you'll get a feel for what the line is like, right? The more you play it, but yeah. Another thing is, again, we're not doing a lot of exploring, right? I'm also not killing everything. Like, you don't have to kill every zombie that you see. You can. You're allowed to, for sure. But you don't have to kill every zombie that you see. You don't have to do it. Not necessary. We picked up our first component. There's also a white item that I'm going to leave on the ground because we don't need it. You don't have to pick up every item. We do want to pick up items to sell them because we sell them to get bits because we need bits because bits are basically money. You don't have to pick up white items. There's a few that I will pick up. I'll point them out if we see them. But you don't have to pick up white items. No, I'm being the new wrecked. Full lore breakdown of every enemy and every event. We're not going to that far. But I am... Look at Mel doing 7 TV things. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, Clawstorm gave me permission for his 7 TV. When did he do that? I don't remember that happening. I am proud of you. Look at Mel, she's learning. Oh my gosh. Educational type, I know. It's not really my style, but I figured it would be fun. I know. Hey, it's more progress than some people make. Not naming any names. The most intelligent undead because they eat brains, you little son of a bitch. Okay. Something very important happened when I clicked on this corpse. It dropped a component. Component. It dropped a component. When I look in my inventory, it's this little thing right here. Let's look at a component, shall we? This is called scavenged plating. Plating from armor that's seen better days. Used in all armor. Component. Plus 15 armor. Required player level 1. Right-click to apply. So you can just right-click it, and you can put it on your shit. to get plus 15 armor on that slot, right? Now, what I'm going to tell you here is you should feel free to use components liberally. Don't feel like you need to save components. Just use them. I'm not going to use this one because this one is worthless, but you should feel free to use components, okay? Listen, I'm pretty sure the people who want to figure things out by themselves are already doing it. This is for the people who don't want to figure things out, okay? I just did something. I came into the house and I clicked on this corpse. There are a very small number of things in Grim Dawn that are like a set corpse that's always in this spot, right? The corpse of Francis is always in this spot. So I will always go here, click on his corpse. He gives a lore note. He gives his gun. And he might give some other loot. I don't give a shit about this, right? Novice tunic. It's caster armor. Requires physique and spirit. Gives energy regen. Don't care about that. People who are brain dead, they're out there, brother. They're out there waiting for you. Okay. Scave, good morning. Welcome in. Tunic is pretty hot, is it? Yeah, it's okay. A very short skirt. It's not bad. Another thing I guess I could point out here is that, so there is an illusionist later on that we're going to do. There's an illusionist where you can change the appearance of your armor. The only things that are unlocked at the illusionist are things that you pick up, right? So because we picked this up, it'll now be in the illusionist for us. Because we didn't pick up this gladius is not at our illusionist. So that's a reason to pick up things, you know, sometimes, depending on what they are. Francis gave us a gun. You can use guns in this game. I'm not going to use a gun because that's not my build, right? But if you wanted to use a gun, it's a one-handed ranged gun. It goes like this. Pew, 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 pew. You can read what it does. It does fire damage, so it's a base fire damage weapon. It doesn't do any physical on its own. It does fire damage. Attacks per second, sure. Weapons, when you look at them, they'll give you that little, you can see it's got +4 damage per second if equipped. That number is not always trustworthy. You can't just believe that number. Okay? Yes, we're going to be doing the illusionist later. Doing her real good. Or him. I don't remember if it's a him or a her. We'll find out when we get there. We'll see what's under the hood. This says it gives me a +4 damage per second. You cannot trust that, okay? There's various reasons why you can't trust that, but all that means, that +4 means that this damage per second number is going to go from 23 to 27, supposedly, when I equip the item. That's what it means. But this number is not dependable. So this number is telling me that it only looks at your left and right click. First of all, it only looks at your left and right click. And this is telling me that if I hold left click on a single target and nothing else happens, I will do 23 damage per second. That doesn't account for weapon pool skills, that doesn't account for procs, that doesn't account for a lot of things. So that number is not actually your DPS number. But if I were to just weapon attack and nothing else happened, I would be doing 23 damage per second. It also shows my force wave, which you can see the force wave is 15, whereas my weapon attack is 23. And so you would look at that as a noob and you would be like, oh, my weapon attack is better than force wave. But it's not, right? We can clearly see when we force wave, we kill things. And when we weapon attack, we got to smack on them for a little bit. And that's because this doesn't really, or this like takes into account the cooldown, basically. So force wave has a 2.8 second cooldown. So it's damage per second, right? So over the course of time, we're sitting here and nothing is happening between the force waves. So technically it's 15 damage per second, but that doesn't matter. We don't care about the damage per second right now. We care about the damage per hit. right? So that number is not dependable for a lot of reasons. That number is not dependable. That being said, the little green plus can be, depending on your build and what you're doing, it can be sort of a guide for if a weapon is sort of maybe an upgrade. Maybe, sometimes. In this case, we're going from a club to a gun. It's not really relevant, doesn't really help me out. Toss it on the ground. I don't care. We don't need it. When maths isn't my strong point, yeah, it's not a good game for that. Nothing is happening. I know. That's just the way this game is. Nothing happens in this game. Also, we picked up a lore note. Numbers go up equal good. Pretty much, yeah. Extreme, welcome in. How's it going? You're my biggest fan. Box, thank you. I had 2 drinks worth. Also, everybody else have a drink too, please. I am reading every lore note. Yeah, I don't know the potion seller voice, but we picked up a lore note from Francis. So this is... God damn it. This is Francis. He says, I'm trapped here. I realize now I will die in this house. Margaret, I fear you are already dead, and so it may not be so bad.
She was jacking here, jacking there, jacking everywhere.
If I am shortly to join you, if by some miracle you yet live and return here to find this note, please know that I am not angry with you. I've never regretted our life together, but now only regret that I lost my temper and spoke unkind words when last we parted. I hope you will not think me a coward for what I am about to do. They are already in the house. I've barricaded myself in this room, but it's only a matter of time before they break through. All I can do now is choose the manner in which I face death, and I would rather die a man than be changed into one of those horrid things or eaten alive. I will love you always. Francis. So he killed himself with his own gun. With his own pistol. Yikes. We did a lore run a long time ago that I didn't continue. But I'll surely continue this one. Right. It surely won't end. He was a sassy man. His name was Francis. That was his voice. His name was Francis. Come on. Because he's dead. You son of a bitch. You old son of a bitch. Also, Omega, welcome in. How's it going? Not the first time he's had something long and hard in his mouth blasting off, methinks. He had a wife! The man had a wife. I mean, that doesn't prevent him from sucking dick, I guess. Look, we got a superior tarnished mace of alacrity. So, there's something here, right? We're currently wearing a helmet that's an insulating leather helmet. It's got a prefix, insulating. This thing has a prefix and a suffix, superior tarnished mace of alacrity. So a magic weapon can have a prefix and a suffix that are magic. Magic prefix and a magic suffix. Don't worry about that. We'll come back to that. Superior of alacrity. I can see that it does more damage than what I currently do. I can also see that it's a mace, so it's basically the same as what I'm currently doing. That plus damage per second doesn't really matter because our force wave is using our offhand and not our main hand. But I might as well equip it because there's no reason not to, right? The gun was not actively helpful. This is not actively helpful either, but it doesn't hurt us to put it on. So we can put it on. Why not? And then I dropped this on the ground because fuck it, man. We don't need that shit. That's bullshit. Remember to click on things, okay? Losing game knowledge? You're welcome. Lots of men have wives? I mean, that's true. But that doesn't stop them from sucking dick, right? Equal opportunities suck, exactly. C-Roy, welcome in. I like your words, Magic Man. Oh, my funny words. Hey, thanks. I like giving them to you. I clicked on a thing. It gave me a lore note. The lore. It's the Harbour Master's log. Is that what Francis was sucking on? Lower crossing. Autumn fogs are appearing early this year, but traffic remains unusually high. There's a steady flow of small craft coming down from Malmouth and other townships to the northeast. Some of these boats are barely afloat, burdened with what looks like people's every possession. These travelers, sometimes entire families, bring with them strange tales of wars and the unnatural. Bunch of hogwash riling up the soft townsfolk. Can't complain, though. I don't know why he switched halfway through. Keeps the dock busy. Most are westbound, trying to get as far away as they can. The lads at the docks are starting to lose their nerve. Some have talked about setting out west themselves, but I've assured them this is all nonsense and will pass. Youth are easily caught up in the energy of the moment. Ain't that the truth? Maggie's missing the lore. Oh my god. Shameful. So again, things are fixed, right? That's always here on the map, so I always go there to get the lore note because it gives experience. We're also coming over here because we're playing forcewave because there's something over here that we need. There's a special tool that I need. It's a weapon. It's not actually a tool. There's a corpse here. It dropped a fur-lined jacket that I'm not going to use. You don't have to pick it up and drop it. I just did it for, display purposes. And a Hevel's Greatsword of Blood. It's a two-handed weapon. Must be crying tears of joy. I know, if only they knew. Tears of joy stream down my face. It's a two-handed weapon. Now, why is that interesting? Okay, it's the alias of Henry Cavill. That's right. It's Hevel. That's his name in Grim Dawn. So forcewave requires a shield or a two-handed melee weapon. How fucking fascinating, right? So we're gonna do that. Well, it will be, but just temporarily. Yeah. So Hevel's Greatsword of Blood. You can see over here it's green, which means it's a rare item, but it's got a magic suffix and no prefix. Hevel's Greatsword of Blood. It does base lightning damage. It does not do base physical. That's fine. That's fine. It's telling me it's plus 15 DPS. That's not true. We ignore that. It does some flat lightning damage. It does plus % lightning damage. So currently we have... Wait. Mike! 0% lightning modifier. If and when we equip it, goes up to 22. Cool, right? Very sick. It also does plus % bleeding damage, but we don't have any bleeding. We're not doing any bleeding, so that doesn't matter at all. We're not going to get into bleed yet. It has a granted skill, Lightning Sphere, 10% chance on attack. That is a different wording from Markovian's Advantage. Markovian's Advantage says 12% chance to be used. This is a 10% chance on attack. Markovian's Advantage is a weapon pool skill. It only activates when you're attacking with default attacks or default attack replacers. This is a 10% chance for the Lightning Sphere skill to happen anytime you touch an enemy with anything. It has a 10% chance for Lightning Sphere to happen. And you can read what it does. It's got a 2-second recharge. It does lightning damage. It does electrocute. It does lightning damage and it does electrocute. So in Grim Dawn, there's various damage types: physical, lightning, bleed, all this stuff, right? We've seen this stuff. A lot of damage types, not all of them, but a lot of damage types have a hit damage type and also a dot or damage over time damage type. right? So you can hit your enemies with lightning, or if you get them with the electrocute, they have an electrocute debuff on them. It's a damage over time, and they take 22 electrocute damage over 2 seconds. The lore, Hannah. it's oh my god. Oh my god. It's perfect. It's perfect. So anyway, that's hit damage and dot damage. So, I mean, the dot damage puts a debuff that does it over 2 seconds. The hit damage just does it. It just does the damage. There's no, like, overtime component. And that's basically the only difference. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I don't do the finger lore. I would get tired of it real quick. Neil's got more patience than I do. Anyway, so we have a two-handed weapon now. It does more damage than we used to, which is cool. That's very good. It's also base lightning damage. Isn't that interesting? Now, if you go over here to your second tab and you see damage per hit, you see your weapon attack. So this is just swinging the weapon, not using a skill, just bashing with the weapon. Does 15 to 76 lightning damage based on, again, the 9 to 42 base plus 1 to 10 that it's got times 22% lightning damage, and then also times the lightning damage bonus that we're getting from our spirit. So that's where that comes from. Our force wave is doing 25 to 90 because it's doing a percentage of our two-handed weapon damage, and it's also adding the flat physical from force wave. So 90% of our lightning main hand plus the 12 to 22 physical means that we do this when we force wave. Right? Physical and lightning damage. Kind of weird, right? Preferably, we only want to do one damage type, but that's a problem for much later on. We're not worried about that yet. There's another item that we can get here. We don't care about it for this build, but there's a one-handed weapon here. It's a little axe. Ullman's axe. Puncturing Ullman's axe. I'm going to leave it on the ground. It is perfect. A stash tattoo. I think she was talking about it. I think they don't last well on the finger for some reason. I don't know. Oh, that was our lightning sphere. This is Barog's bloody arm. You will not have rainbow filter on, so this will just look like a green item. There are green items in this game called Monster Infrequents. Monster Infrequent. It's an item that, once upon a time, was infrequently dropped by monsters. Now, anything that drops a monster... Well, I shouldn't say anything. There are things that... Anyway, Monster Infrequents are dropped by monsters. How about that? Monster Infrequents have, like, special shit. They do more shit than a basic item, right? A scrap metal saw blade just does damage. It doesn't have any stats of its own. It just does damage. Barog's bloody arm doesn't have a prefix or a suffix, and yet it does damage, and it does bleed, and it gives you points to skills, and it gives buffs to skills. We're not a shaman, so we're not looking at savagery at all, but it does things, right? It does cool shit for skills. I'm gonna leave it on the ground because I don't need it, but Monster Infrequents, okay? We'll deal with that when we get to some that actually matter. Look, it's gloves. Scrap metal grips. They automatically equip cold and lightning res. And we have 2 lore notes? Fuck. Do I really have to read all the lore? Fuck. Hey, what did I sign up for? God damn it. On what XP is? You son of a bitch. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Okay. Lore. Lore stuff incoming. I can't wait. Neil is getting a lore emote or two. This is the Journal of Inquisitor Creed. First entry. What does Inquisitor Creed sound like? Doesn't he sound like an asshole? I'm currently en route to the village of Burwich in order to investigate a number of strange incidents that have been reported in this area. As dusk is drawing near and the swamps of this region are said to be hazardous to travel at night, I've reluctantly taken up lodging at a small, squalid tavern in Lower Crossing. Perhaps I'm weary from my hurried travels, but I feel as if there's a strange presence and electricity to the air. It's almost akin to the still before a thunderous summer gale, but yet the sun shines, and not a cloud is to be seen. Everything seems as it should, but in my gut, I feel that something terrible will soon come to pass. Yikes. The ink would bleed. Oh. And then entry 2. Oh, and we leveled up because we got experience from the lore note. As I was packing... Oh, I thought he said my resume. As I was packing to resume my journey to Burwich, my assistance was urgently requested at a logging camp in the old grove west of Devil's Crossing, where strange animal attacks have left 3 lumbermen listless and pale. Upon arriving, I received a somber greeting from the foreman, who informed me that the bitten workers had gone mad and fled the premises. They were reported to have spoken an unknown tongue. The foreman showed me the remains of the animals, 2 gray foxes and a hound, suffering some sort of horrific mange, lay in a hastily dug pit behind the outhouse. The foreman told me the animals suddenly died when confronted by the workers, and a strange green vapor emanated from their remains. Shortly afterwards, the 3 lumbermen fell ill, and their mental state rapidly deteriorated. It appears that my presence in this region is most warranted. Shit. Fuck. No, we're okay. We're good. That's Inquisitor Creed. We're going to meet him eventually. Spoilers. You see that? I didn't hit that guy. It's because my OA is too low. 95.8% hit chance, and I missed. That one wasn't because of OA. Forcewave can have issues sometimes with little terrain obstacles and shit. That's not my fault. Not my fault. Somebody else's fault. Look, it's a guy with a quest. We came out here to a cabin, and he's got a little thing, which means he has a quest. He says, we're all going to die out here. Hey, calm down. Where are you from? I'm not going to read his whole shit. Anyway, he's out here. He's scared. Staying with a group of survivors. He got chased here by a pack of ravenous rift scourges. The area is overrun with the dead. That's true. That is true. Why does Wario have to have the best dumpy? I mean, it is pretty nice. What is this? What is this? Cocking? Are we cocking? Are you cocking and balling my own asshole? Fine, I'll do cocking. Magic Shots! Welcome in, man. How's it going? Long time no see. Hope your life is doing well. You've come at an auspicious occasion. I can open a rift gate. Oh, so because I used to be an ethereal, I have the ability to open portals. Rift travel. So I can make rift gates for people. Because that's what ethereals do. But I used to be an ethereal. I'm not anymore. I'm reformed. So I can push him in the rift gate and send him home. There we go. Taking a bit long with the expansion. Yeah, I mean, they're taking their time. They want to do it right, you know? They want to do it right. I want them to take as long as they need. Okay? I'm not adding all the emotes. What are you doing? Okay, there's ducking. Fine. Fine. Fine, you got me. What the dog doing? He's licking. He's licking. Oh, Cocking does have a lore mustache. That's nice. Aha! We made it up here to Burial Hill. And you can see it's got a little portal. When you get to the portal, it turns purple. That means it's activated, and that means you can teleport there. That also means you can use it to teleport back to town. Now, we don't need to, right? It's not necessary. I'm just saying you can. It's an option. So this is what the map looks like when you click on a portal. We're here right now. We can go down to Devil's Crossing, and we'll go back because we're not actually ready to be here yet. You can also, and I think this is a thing that a lot of new people might not know about, so this is a legitimate good tip. You don't have to be at a portal. You can be not at a portal. And if you hit M, which is your map button, I'm gonna spend them, I know, you're right. You shouldn't wait and not spend your skill points. You should spend your skill points. If you hit your map button, and then you go to local map, which does not make sense. Technically, you're on the local map, and then you click local map to go to the world map. Don't worry about that. You go to the world map, and you can see that you have 2 portals. Now, I'm on the world map, and I can just click a portal, and it automatically opens your portal to go there. You don't have to click your portal button or push L. You don't have to do it. You can. You can hit L and open a portal. You can click your portal and open a portal. But you can also just open your map and teleport for free. You don't have to hit the portal first. Saves you a button. Not that it matters, but, you know, might as well, right? Might as well. For free. Feet for free. You still hit L? Man, I got out of that habit. It actually makes it hard when you go into like PoE or some other game. You can't just hit the map to teleport for free. But yeah, it's not a big deal. I'm just saying, you know, if you're a professional, you might want to try it. And yes, Fishing Hat is right. We do have unspent skill points. You don't need to leave them unspent like this, right? We leveled up to 3. I didn't spend my shit. I should have. Now we're going to do something here. Okay. Something important, because we're playing forcewave. We're going to get this little thing called tremor. So if you look at the forcewave, right, forcewave, it's got a line. So you have to have a point here, and that'll let you get a point here, and get a point here, and get a point here. After you have enough points in your bar, it tells you that. Down at the bottom, requires 14 additional points in soldier, 24, 4. You can see it. Read, use your eyes, right? We want tremor, because tremor allows you to spam forcewave. It allows you to use it without a cooldown. So currently we cast it, and then we sit there like an asshole, and then we cast it, right? But requires 4 additional points in soldier. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see it lights up. Then we can click on tremor. Undecember or Grim Dawn? Oh, Grim Dawn for sure. I've never played Undecember. I think it's okay, but Grim Dawn is better. So we're going to take Tremor. And again, what Tremor does is it lets you spam forcewave with no cooldown. Now you do have to be using a 2-handed weapon. You have to be using a 2-handed weapon. You can't use a shield. Also, I mean, I've heard things about it. I've heard that people think it's okay. You have to be using a 2-handed weapon. Also, Tremor, it says it on here, right? Tremor is not a default weapon attack enhancer, which means it doesn't trigger things like Markovian's advantage. It doesn't count as just attacking with your weapon. So know that. Also, when you look at the stats that Tremor gives, it doesn't really look that great. Minus 85% weapon damage. We're currently doing 90% weapon damage, which means we're going to be doing 5% weapon damage. That's a much lower number, but it allows you to spam, and that's what matters. It's also got a total damage modified by minus 28%. So total damage modified means that after everything, right? After all of your physical damage bonuses and magic damage bonuses, and after all of your stat damage bonuses and everything, it does everything. And then, in this case, it's negative because it's letting you spam, so it's like nerfing the damage, right? And then it lowers the damage by 28%. That's fine. It also removes the stun because you're spamming it. It removes the stun. Yeah, it's very rarely useful to create portals in certain spots. Very rarely, but yeah. Ty, welcome in. Karen? It's not Karen nail polish, okay? It's beautiful girl nail polish. Thank you. Nail polish. Nail polish. I think I need some water. Yeah. Okay. So it also gives 100% skill cooldown reduction, removes the cooldown. It also gives minus 65% skill energy cost, makes it cheaper because you're going to be spamming it, right? Polish getting nailed. Some of them do, I bet. Yeah. 56% positive. I mean, that's technically, I would say that's okay. I would say that's solidly okay. Yeah. I'm going to click it. Tremor. Now we can spam Force Wave with no cooldown. Again, it's doing a lot less damage than before. That's fine. We're fine with that. Additional note, and this one is important. This one is important, okay? Force Wave is an attack. Read it with me. Such force is channeled into the attack. Right, and then down lower it says, this attack requires a shield or a two-handed melee weapon. You see how they say attack? They say the word attack. Force Wave is an attack. When we're spamming Force Wave, you can see we go like that. You can make this faster by getting casting speed, not attack speed. I know, it's an attack, but it scales with casting speed. I know. 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 Take it up with the devs. I didn't do it. It's not my fault. This attack scales with casting speed. Okay? Just remember that. And this is basically the only one in the game where you have to worry about that. Almost everything else in the game is pretty obvious that it's either an attack speed thing or a cast speed thing. Send the game back. God damn it. Almost everything else in the game, but not Force Wave. So the thing, right, the magic here, the thing that you would look at is when you are using the thing, when you are using the skill, when you are doing whatever the thing is, do you have to hit the enemy with your weapon? Do you make contact with the enemy using your weapon in order for the thing to happen? If you make contact with the enemy with your weapon, it uses attack speed. If you don't make contact with the enemy with your weapon, it uses casting speed. That's it. That's the way it works, right? So you can see I don't have to touch him with my weapon, which means it's casting speed. There you go. The thing? Oh my god. So that means that we don't care about this attack speed stat anymore at all. And we care about this casting speed, right? If I hit it in melee range, so it's still the same rule. Even if you can visibly see your weapon touching the enemy, your weapon doesn't have to touch the enemy in order for the skill to happen. That's the thing, right? So, yep. Well, it can't be sorcery because it's an attack, right? Sorcery is cast, so it's obviously not that. So just, retract that. But yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Also, we have 1 point left over, and I only have 1 point in our force wave currently, so our force wave is currently weak as shit. So we're gonna put 1 more point in there. Makes Panetti sad. Oh yeah. Yeah. You don't hit with the actual weapon? God damn it. You hit it with the bullets. Okay, you hit it with the bullets. Okay. Fuck. And you can see our force wave damage is much lower now for each individual one because of this thing, because it subtracts a lot of damage. Technically, we're weaker now than we should be, because we should have the extra point here that should be going here, but, you know, for demonstration purposes, right? So this is weaker than normal performance currently. We got a belt. I'm going to click on the belt, and it's going to equip it. Auto-magically. Let me tell you about belts in Grim Dawn. It's a stalwart woven cord of mending. We already looked at armor. We have, you know, helmet, chest, shoulders, all this shit. This is all armor. These slots right here, these slots, these are all armor, okay? It did max roll T, which doesn't matter at all, but still. A belt is not armor, it's a belt, right? So armor has armor. Armor slots give you armor stats, right? The belt slot has armor. The armor from the belt slot applies to all of your armor slots. Putting this 7 armor item on means that every single one of these other slots basically gets +7 armor. The same thing is true for your other jewelry slots, for anything that's not armor, right? Anything that's one of these, or your rings, or your amulet, if it gives you armor on these items, it applies to all of your actual, like, armor items like these, right? So, go retain employment, Mel. Mel. I'm sorry that you have to do that. Go enjoy yourself. I'll see you later. 2 hours? I think we'll kill him before the 2-hour mark, right? Probably. Yes, yeah, keep the belt on your waist and not around your neck, preferably, unless you're David Carradine. Right, true, I picked up other components and I'm not using them yet. Hey, good call, good call. We'll look at the other ones too. So this belt is Stalwart, which gives +7% defensive ability. Again, while leveling, I don't give a fuck about DA. Doesn't matter, ignore it. It's completely worthless. It also gives 13 health regenerated per second. At low levels, a belt with flat health regen is insane. 13 health regen per second is like a shitload of health when I don't have very much health, right? So that's good. Will we even be in the cave? We might. We might. Box is right. We did pick up other components, right? So I didn't use this one because it's pretty worthless. Technically, you can put it on your belt, and that +15 armor then applies to all of your other slots. That's actually not bad. You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Look at our armor rating, right? 27, 7, 19, all that stuff. It's going to go up by +15. Holy, right? Massive improvement. Holy fuck. Yeah, all your other slots. You really think we're going to get to Krieg in 12 hours? We still haven't talked about conversion. We also have a polished emerald. Polished emeralds drop like fucking candy. You're always going to have way more polished emeralds than you could ever possibly need. There's almost no reason to not just toss polished emeralds on your shit. They don't matter. They're completely worthless. The stat gains that you get from them are minuscule and almost don't matter. But also emeralds don't matter, right? So fuck it, man. Just put on some fucking emeralds. You know, why not? I normally don't do that because it doesn't really fucking matter. Again, it's like a very small benefit, but emeralds are worthless, so toss them on there. Why not? We also got aether crystals, which are crafting items, so we don't have to worry about that at all yet. We also got a component that we can't use yet. Chub. It's a little chub. No, it's a searing.
Jacking here, jacking there, jacking everywhere.
It's a searing ember. Neela, you enjoy yourself as much as you can. I hope that you feel better. I'm going to give you this because you're not going to bed. I hear it's rough times sometimes, so enjoy yourself, and I will see you later. Anyway, we can't use a searing ember yet, but we're almost level 5, so we'll look at it in just a second. Okay? Give me just a hot second. Aha! We did it. Wait, let's go in the cave before we talk about the searing ember. I want to make it in the cave before 2 hours. I'm also going to use my skill points, right? Don't forget to use your skill points. We want to pump force wave right now. We're just pumping force wave. That's going to help our damage a lot. A lot. Okay. I'm killing this shit here. We don't really need to. It's fine. No. We're in the cave. We made it. 1 hour and 51 minutes into the stream. We made it into the burial cave. Nice. The souls of the dead is near. Oh no. Also, we hit level 5, which means we can use the searing ember. Let me talk to you about a searing ember. Components go on different slots, right? Different sluts. The searing ember goes on your weapon. It can also go on a shield or a caster offhand or whatever, right? It can go on your weapon. It gives your weapon 2 to 4 fire damage, 12% fire damage. It gives you, in general, 2 to 4 fire damage, 12% fire damage. And it also converts 10% of physical damage to fire. If I'll make it to Warden today, do we want that, Gamba? The thing is, we're going to speed up at some point, right? We are going to speed up at some point, right? Sure, why not? We'll do a Gamba. Fuck it. Manage prediction. Start prediction. Is it too easy to rig? Well, I'm not going to look at who voted for anything, so it's not like I know, right? Do we make it to Krieg by end of stream? You also don't know how long I'm going to be streaming, right? You also don't know. It could be a long time, or it could be a short time. Yes and no. Start prediction. Okay. And then I'm not looking at it. I'm not planning on drinking today. I'm not planning on it. But then again, I don't plan on it most days. Oh my god, drunk Max explaining things? Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Maybe it's a bad idea. Anyway, this does 10% damage, physical damage converted to fire. So you read it, you use your eyes, you read the words. When you have Searing Ember on, 10% of the physical damage that you do gets converted to fire damage. We're currently doing with Force Wave 72 to 89 physical. I put this on and we're doing 65 to 80 physical, which is lower than before. And we're also doing 9 to 12 fire because we converted some of it away from physical and onto fire. Now that's good if we wanted to do fire and bad if we wanted to do physical, right? Generally speaking. Generally speaking, in Grim Dawn, you want to be one damage type as much as you can. right? At this level, it doesn't matter. At level 5, it don't fucking matter at all, right? But at level 100, you've built your character up to do, you know, plus 3,000% physical damage. So you really want to stick with your physical, if that's what you're doing, right? You want to stick with your damage type. Before Gamma's over, I mean, I could, but we're not going to. The fireball, yeah, the fireball is good too. We'll look at that too. So yeah, damage conversions. So another thing about damage conversions is that damage conversion can only happen once. Like, it happens once for each instance of damage. So we currently have physical converted to fire. If I had something else that did fire converted to cold, this fire damage that we have currently, it's already been converted. Well, the majority of it, because some of it technically came from the 2 to 4 fire damage from our Searing Ember, right? So that 2 to 4 fire damage could be converted to cold, but the 10% physical that went to fire can't be converted to cold, because damage conversion happens all at once, a single time. It doesn't convert and then convert and then convert and then convert. It also doesn't dip. It doesn't double dip on damage increases. So we have physical converted to fire. We also have +% physical damage and +% fire damage. They don't both apply to that converted damage, right? The % physical only applies to the physical damage that's left, and the fire damage only applies to the damage that got converted to fire. So, no double dipping. Another thing about conversion that's very awkward and unfun is that there are damage increases that apply to skills specifically, and there are damage increases that are global, right? So like this % lightning damage that's on my Hevel's Greatsword is global. All lightning damage that I do is increased by 22%, right? This over here, when we get to it, well, it's also all damage, so that's a bad example. Fuck! You bitch! Is there one that's not all damage? God damn it. Aha! We're not using Cadence, but Cadence has a node on it that gives you plus 12% physical damage. This plus 12% physical damage only applies to Cadence. Okay? A only applies to Cadence. And B, it applies to Cadence before the physical damage gets converted. That's only true for skill-based % damage increases. That's not true for global % damage. It's very fucking weird. It's not necessarily intuitive, but that is the way that it works. Okay? And the reason for that is that, you know, like if we were using Cadence and we wanted to convert it to a different damage type, if we converted it away from physical or pierce, then like this wouldn't be increasing the damage of Cadence anymore, right? That would suck. And so that's the reason why this basically applies first, and then the Cadence gets converted to fire or whatever the fuck you're doing. And then it gets increased by % fire damage increases. Very weird. Okay? Very weird. But that's conversion. Also, this component has a granted skill called Fire Blast. Fire Blast is a pretty fucking strong skill, actually, for early game. Energy cost, it's got a little radius, it does a little bit of main hand damage, it does a big chunk of fire damage and burn damage. It's actually pretty fucking strong for early game. It's not really a problem for Soldier, because Soldier has a strong, you know, early game with forcewave, but there's classes like Arcanist that have really shitty early game, potentially. And in that case, you can just use the Fire Blast skill, right? So I can put it on my bar and I can just cast fireballs, and it's pretty decent. Sub-skill conversions? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I'm not going to talk about Dreeg's Evil Eye because I don't like Dreeg's Evil Eye and it's kind of weird.
Max.
Also, we don't have a good example here, so I'm going to open up Grim Tools, which is basically the website that you can do like build calculation stuff on. Sumo, welcome in. How's it going? I did say everything. As much as I can, you know, to the best of my ability. Okay, so this is Grim Tools. You can make characters here. You can put gear and stuff on them. I am not giving you a Grim Tools tutorial. What we're here for is to look at skills from another class. So for example, Shaman, right? We're not playing Shaman, we're playing Soldier. But if I was playing Shaman, Shaman has a skill called Primal Strike. You hit an enemy, a lightning bolt hits their head. It's super strong. Very cool. Also great for noobs. One of the things that you can put on your Primal Strike, one of the skills that gets attached to it is called Torrent. And it's basically like a little chain lightning thing. You hit the enemy, a lightning bolt comes out, and then the torrent is like a little chain lightning that comes out, right? Very cool. The conversion... How do we say this? If you have a damage conversion that specifically applies to the skill, right? So there are damage conversions that apply globally, like the component that we saw. It globally converts 10% of your physical damage. There's other conversions that can apply to a specific skill. So it'll say like 100% of lightning damage from Primal Strike converted to whatever the fuck. Converted to fire or cold or aether or some stupid shit. It can be skill specific, right? For a skill specific conversion, when the skill has additional sub effects, those sub effects generally aren't affected by the skill conversions. Generally. Even that, I could not tell you the specifics because that shit is weird. But generally, it doesn't work. We're talking about damage type conversions specific to skills that don't affect like sub skills like Torrent or Dreeg's Evil Eye. Also, I forget which part of it. The Blood Burst, right, doesn't convert on Dreeg's Evil Eye. There's this shit is weird. This shit does not make sense to me. And it's not the case for every, like, you know, this has this attached to it. This damage does get converted when Sigil gets converted. Since it's the same skill, I don't know. Is it? I don't know. That's why I'm saying that doesn't always make sense to me. One of the big ones is Oathkeeper, Vire's Might. You charge into enemies and do damage, but it's got a secondary node on it that leaves fire behind you. The conversions that apply to Vire's Might might apply to Volcanic Stride or might not. I don't remember. It used to not, and then I feel like they made it so that some things do, but I don't know if everything does or not. I don't have an answer for that. That's knowledge that even I don't know. Shit's weird, man. I don't have an answer for that. Did it change the explosion or no? It doesn't matter. What the fuck? That's not a good answer. Still looks as poison? Yeah, but you can't even trust that. Just because it looks a certain way doesn't mean that it does or it doesn't convert. So I don't know the answer to that is the actual answer. Yeah. And conduits are beyond the scope of today's lesson, so we're not talking about that. Bitch! Alright. This is our first boss of the game. His name is Kaizog the Reanimator. Everybody get your Kaizoggies out! I know. I gotta learn. I gotta up my skills. Sumo on the 7 stream streak. Good shit. 7 is a perfect number. Perfect. Why is forcewave the worst skill in the game? Hey, can we delete this guy, please? Yeah, I think Drake's Evil Eye is decent. I'm not a huge enjoyer, but it's fine. It's decent. Look, we got 3 items from Kaizog. He vanished himself. 3 items from Kaizog. So, you know, as you progress in the game, you get more and more items. There's more and more items that drop. Flames of Ignifar the worst? Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. Mark of Torment? I would rather use Mark of Torment than Flames of Ignifar. So the more items you get, the more items you have to look at, the more you have to like understand the stats that you want, and you know whether something's an upgrade for you or not. Look at all these items that drop, right? So you need to be able to like parse through what's dropping to see if it's good for you. Generally, especially while leveling, generally a good rule of thumb is you want resists. Right? You want resists. You don't want to die. You want to get your resistance numbers up to 80%, which is the normal cap. You want to get up to 80% for everything, as much as you can, right? You're not going to get that right away. It's going to take time. Like, I'm not aiming for that right now, but I'm saying when I'm looking at gear, generally speaking, that's what you're looking for. You're also looking for damage. You want your type of damage, right? I'm planning on doing physical damage, so something that increases physical damage is good for me. But at this level, it really doesn't matter that much. At this level, most things don't matter that much, right? So I'm just trying to get more stats overall. This thing does poison damage. Doesn't really matter, but it also gives 7% health and energy regen. Put it on. Why not? This thing has our emerald on there, but the emerald is worthless. So toss it on the ground. It's garbage. Is this thing better than what we have here? It's got a little bit of stats. It's got some extra resistance. Why not? Put it on. Toss the other thing. It's worthless. Can't pin a streak message. Yeah. Spam forcewave is not the best for high-end endgame. Yes, yeah. So this is, you know, real talk, right? For a new player, forcewave is amazing. It's easy, stylish, and fun to play. For somebody that's played 10,000 hours of Grim Dawn, people get very sick of forcewave, which is fair. That's fair. It can be boring to do nothing but forcewave over and over again for some people. I get that. And also for endgame, yes, as a new player, you should not give a hot shit about endgame. As a new player, as far as you're concerned, endgame does not exist. Wipe it from your mind. But Hamel is right that for endgame, forcewave is not the best. It's generally not like the worst, right? There's much worse things that you can do, but it's mediocre. Yeah. Look, it's the first example of something we can't wear. So these pants are way better than what we have on, right? But they require 118 physique, and I only have 87. I have 4 unspent attribute points. Now that's not going to take me from 87 to 91. Each click gives you 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 like of the actual points, right? So if I click it 4 times, I want to see if I can make it to 118. There you go, 119, easy peasy, right? So I'll take it. And that means I can wear the pants, they're an upgrade. Sick. Amazing. Oh yeah, there's a new gaming emote. It goes with the game emote. They go hand in hand together. Oh yeah, the emeralds do help with early stat requirements. That's true. We actually couldn't wear it if we didn't have the emerald in the hat. So like if I put that in there and I was at 111 and I didn't have enough, I could put an emerald on my chest to be able to wear the pants. So yeah, they're good for that. Also, I'm just leaving shit, right? I'm just leaving all this shit on the ground. You can pick them up and sell them. White items are not worth selling at all. Green and yellow items. Yellow items are okay, but I would never normally pick them up. I normally don't start picking up stuff to sell until we get green items. Because the, higher rarity is worth more bits, worth more biddies. And we have limited bag space. Oh my god, it's aggressive boots of attack. You know why I'm excited? It's because it's got double OA. And OA is amazing. Technically on your boot slot, you really want move speed, right? But it's not like we were wearing anything before, so big upgrade. Next. We have our very first devotion shrine. Do you know what that means? It's time to look at devotions. Slam a regal, couple of exalts. God, Hamill, you pervert. This is not that kind of game. This is a devotion shrine. It kind of looks like a penis. Looks a little bit like a penis. You click on it, ruined shrine, and it wants you to offer up an aether crystal. And we have 5, right? So we might as well do it. Who knows what we get? We got a devotion point, and it also dropped some loot. So we'll equip the shoulders, because we didn't have shoulders before. We're looking hot, right? And we got a devotion point. We got a devotion point, which means we have to look at devotions. The lore behind forcewave and why it's better than Blade Arc and Cadence. So, Soldier has, technically 4. Soldier technically has 4 decent leveling skill options. You don't take more than 1, right? You pick 1 and you go with it. Your options are forcewave, which we've already looked at, or cadence. So this is cadence, right? Cadence is a default attack replacer, which we already talked about. That means that when you're doing cadence, you can also get hits of things like Markovian's Advantage or Zolhan's Technique or other weapon pool skills. Cadence is a very unique default attack replacer because cadence, normally most default attack replacers apply on every hit. Every single hit you use whatever the skill is, and occasionally it'll get replaced by a weapon pool skill. But cadence is unique because you can read it. I'll let you read it. I don't give a fuck. Cadence basically does 2 regular, just vanilla ass, strictly normal weapon swings, and then it does 1 big ass cadence slam. So there's a cadence to it. Right. You get what I'm saying? So it goes swing, swing, cadence, swing, swing, cadence, swing, swing, cadence. And only the 2 initial swings in each set have the ability to proc weapon pool skills. Cadence is strong. It's not amazing for leveling until you get some like mid-level-ish and some gear. Cadence needs some support to feel good. Would not recommend starting leveling with cadence. It's not fun. Level as the second mastery. I mean, it's an option, but that's not what we're doing here today. So there's also Blade Arc. Blade Arc, basically melee range, you like swing your weapon out, and it basically does like AoE damage in an arc in front of you. Blade Arc feels a lot like a melee range forcewave. Blade Arc also has an option to make it a cooldown, so it starts as spam and you can make it cooldown, which is the reverse of forcewave. The only reason you would make it cooldown is if you wanted to do like a dot build, like a bleed build or an internal trauma build or something like that. You can do that with Blade Arc. It's okay. It's fine. It's. I wouldn't say it's any stronger than Force Wave, and it requires you to be in melee range, so it's kind of, you know, not that exciting. Is that me cadencing? Is that what that is? Goes swing, swing, cadence, swing, swing, cadence, swing, swing, cadence, and only the two initial. I'm sorry, why am I sped up right now? So it goes swing, swing, cadence, swing, swing, cadence, swing, swing, cadence, and only the two initial. Why am I sped up right now? Yeah, the third hit. Yes, the cadence hit won't proc weapon pull skills. I didn't know about the internal cooldown, actually. That's pretty bad for fast attacking dual wield cadence build. I didn't know that. Is that true? That seems pretty significant, actually. See, I'm learning things too, man. Shit. Really? Because that would lean me hard away from doing dual wield cadence. That would mean I would only ever want to do two-hand cadence so that you're not affected by that, hopefully. Shit. That's crazy. Yeah, learn new things, man. Shit. Box, thank you. Oh, I'm almost out of water. Yeah, so that's the other side is, yes, is dual wield cadence means that instead of going swing, swing cadence, if your swing procs a weapon pool skill, the weapon pool skill hits with both weapons. So instead of going swing, swing cadence, you go weapon pool skill cadence. Theoretically, if you're at 100% weapon pool skill, you never have a normal swing, and it always goes weapon pool skill cadence, weapon pool skill cadence, weapon pool skill cadence. Theoretically. I don't know if that's actually true, but that's the theory. Rip to Lucius? How? Braskin. Braskin. What on earth? How? Okay, not at 2x, please. Is there sound? Can you hear sound? Wait, I still can't tell what happened. How did that happen? It should have, I mean, I know that it's not giving sound, but it should be on. I don't know what happened. On the top bar? Huh? This works. Where else is there a mute on Twitch? I have no idea. Anyway, we can't hear it. That's fine. Happened to Kronzi also? I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna look at that. I'm not gonna look at that. I know what that is. I mean, does he have like a shotgun thing where he shotguns inside of himself? I've never seen that before. That's weird. Oh, and then the last skill option is Blitz. So Blitz leveling feels really bad until you get Blindside and the proper MIs, and then it feels really amazing. Blitz leveling is very strong. So it's good. I easily Blitz leveling is probably the actual best way to level soldier. But I prefer forcewave. So yeah, just a fan personally. I didn't know he had a shotgun thing. Yeah, the Aetherez makes sense too, yeah. And I mean, his HP was on the low end for where he was, but it wasn't terrible. I mean, he had 11k at 84. It's lower than I would like, but it's, you know, it's enough that you shouldn't die to Lucius unless you have no Aether Res or something.
A creature. I need some time to plan our strategy.
Oh, I just skipped his lore. I skipped all of his chatting. Fuck. I'm sorry. Fuck. I forgot. All right, we turned in our quest.
Welcome to my workshop.
We're gonna get a bunch of other quests from all these other motherfuckers around here. I'm gonna try to remember to just let it go.
Absolutely brilliant. Evidently, cutting you off that noose
I know,
was the
we're
best
completely
decision
lost.
the captain made that day. Ah, where are my manners? I'm Kasparov, scientist and inventor. What brings you to my humble shop?
This is why we're not going to be able to keep it up with the lore, by the way, because I'm going to completely forget. Hey, you wanted to talk to me?
Rift gates, yes. The ethereals use them to get around. I was working on a way to close them, but then you stumbled through ours. We have never seen a human, possessed or otherwise, pass through one before. Not a living one, anyway. It was then that I realized that we could put these portals to use. There's something about you that is attuned to the rift gates, and I intend to replicate it.
What? You what, mate?
You don't remember anything, do you? I may have taken some liberties while you were out cold. It was just a few tests,
Huh?
sample or two, nothing major. The results were curious.
Curious.
It appears that your body
Oh
is still
my.
teeming with residual aether
How
energy.
curious.
Don't worry, you won't be growing any new limbs, probably. But I'm going on tangents here.
Man, fuck this guy.
I believe that with a correctly tuned pulse of aether energy, we can replicate this phenomenon in a controlled manner. As in,
I think he made
without
me
the
grow
need
extra
for passive
penises.
possession. I've been working on just the device to do it, but it needs power. For that, I require aether crystal fragments.
Aether crystal fragments. I have some.
Excellent. These will do perfectly. I'll just place them into my device here, and... Oh my, that's not right. Not at all. That pulse, it wasn't supposed to go off. Oh dear. 1, 2, 3... Yes, my fingers are still intact. Did it reach you too?
Meditative trance at wills his character to 94. Pretty much, yeah.
Ah, very good.
Very
I'm sure a little
good.
more aether in your system won't do you the slightest harm. Okay, maybe it was a lot more. But you look fine. Fitter than ever. A real shame about the prototype, though. Showed such promise. Perhaps if I had more fragments.
Yeah, we're good.
We've been so preoccupied with this Riftgate business that I completely forgot about my
I forgot
apprentice,
to.
Starlet. I sent her out to the
I
Burwich
forgot.
Estates to fetch parts for our research, and she's
To
been
fetch
gone
farts?
entirely too long. Seems her ineptitude carries beyond just the workstation.
You lost your
I
apprentice.
have to say, I do feel a little responsible for her now that she's my apprentice. Could you please go out there and find that hopeless girl?
Yeah, I'll go find her. I'll go find that chick. Something that pulses, includes fingers, and might be used by 2 people at once. It also injects aether into you. So, you know, that's not the safest thing in the world, but luckily it's good for me. And after that quest, you get a skill point. You get a free skill point. Very fucking sick. We're leaving the music off because I have a lot of talking to do. Fuck. Ah, some flicking device. Look, he took all of my aether crystals. I have none left. But I do have skill points. We're going to put them all into forcewave so we can be strong as fuck, boy.
The captain send you over? He must have done quite a service with the dead if he's got hands to spare for old Barnabas.
Oh, Barnabas.
Let's get to business, yeah?
Let's get to business.
Our wind pump's broken down again,
Let's
and we're
get
running low
down
on
to
water.
business.
We're all out of parts, so I can't fix her up. Can always melt down what weapons we have, but I'm not too fond of being devoured in my sleep. I'll need scrap from Lower Crossing.
This guy sounds like a Fallout character.
Search the ruined houses and the old dumping grounds on
The
far
old
side of Lower
dumping
Crossing,
grounds.
past the burial hill.
Hey,
Smash some junk.
you
Search
got a
the
nice
bodies of those
dumper
things
on
roaming
you?
around out there.
Not
Where
really.
you get
That's
it
okay.
isn't that important to me. Just that you get it soon. We're running out of drinking water. Nothing to be said about ever taking a bath again.
Good shit. I'll get you some scrap. So scrap is a crafting material. Drops random places and shit. We have one. We'll find some more. I got a little chub. Oh, this one doesn't have a voice.
She was jacking here, jacking there, jacking everywhere.
God damn it. This guy wants me to kill some zombies. I'm not going to read it all. He doesn't have a voice, so he doesn't matter. Does nobody else have a voice? I don't think anybody else has a voice. If you don't got a voice, then fuck you, bitch. Bitch. Faldus doesn't have a voice. This is the guy that we rescued, by the way. We pushed him into a rift gate. You're welcome.
She was jacking here, jacking there, jacking everywhere.
He gives iron, reputation, and a scrap. So we're up to 2 scrap. Reputation. Reputation. So this game has factions. If you've ever played World of Warcraft, you know what factions are. I'm sure it's in a bunch of other fucking games, man. There's factions, right? So this is the Devil's Crossing faction. We're currently tolerated. We got to build up our faction so that we can buy shit at the Quartermaster. We're currently not even friendly, so we can't buy the friendly shit yet. But we'll get there someday. There's also reputations for enemy factions, right? Ethereals, beasts, Chthonians, which are like demon kind of guys, you know? So as you rank up your negative faction or your infamy with the bad guys, they spawn more enemies, and that might sound like a bad thing, but it's actually a good thing because that means you have more shit to kill, which means you get more loot. This lady wants me to kill her brother, so I'll do that. And then this person,
child. I am pleased to see that the taint of possession.
She's pleased to see my taint?
It.
What?
I offer spiritual guidance to the survivors.
Spiritual
I will gladly extend
guidance.
this service to you.
She's gonna service my taint with her spiritual guidance. Okay. So the spirit guide... Oh my god, we didn't look at devotions. The spirit guide is your respec person, right? You talk to the spirit guide, it shows you your skills. You can click on a skill, and it'll take it away. So I'm going to take away my Markovian's advantage because we don't need it.
Stay strong.
And that lets me put it into forcewave. So this is the reason why respecking is so easy in Grim Dawn, because you talk to the spirit guide and all it costs me is 25 iron bits to respec each point, which is like nothing, right? Now this does go up. You can't just respec infinitely for free. If I took all of my points out of here and then put them all onto Cadence, and I didn't like Cadence, and I took it all out of Cadence and put it back in here, then I would run out of bits eventually, right? It's not free. It's not unlimited, but it's pretty fucking generous.
Stay strong.
She just bonks you? I think so. I just felt like it. Yeah. I was talking to Surash yesterday, and I got convinced to just do a very long, slow, excruciatingly slow noob style run. Just for shits and giggles. These are devotions. These are devotions. So we got a devotion point, which means we're looking at devotions. Your devotions are up here. Your class is here. Your devotions are here. We are not explaining every devotion. I will allow you, the player of the game, to use your eyes and read the devotions. The devotion system is complicated. I am not going to give you a guide on devotions. I will tell you there are people that do a much better job of it than I will. The things to know about devotions are... God, Spud, welcome in. Not my first time, believe it or not. So some things about devotions, right? Any given devotion that you look at, so like this is Tortoise, also known as Turtle. Turtle is a really good devotion defensively. Turtle says that it requires 1 yellow affinity. And if I look over here, I currently have no affinities. You can also see when you mouse over it, basically these are the affinities that give that type, right? So when I mouse over yellow, Turtle requires you to have 1 yellow, and completing the turtle constellation, aka putting a point into every single star that it has, gives you 2 yellows and 1 blue. So we have to have a yellow to be able to put a point into it. Once we put a point here, we can go over here. Once we finish turtle, then we have 2 yellows and a blue. And very important, that means that turtle sustains itself, right? Turtle pays for its own devotion cost, basically. And then we can take the yellow out of here. It's a lot easier to see when you have more points to work with. But there's that. So another thing about devotions is that one of the things that you basically need overall from your devotions, and this does not have to be the first thing that you aim for, but one of the things that you need is a resistance reduction devotion for your damage type. So we're going to be physical, which means we're getting Assassin's Mark, which does -8% physical resistance. Resistance reduction. Grim, welcome in. Hello? Hello? Hello. How's it going? We'll do resistance reduction next. But you need the resistance reduction devotion for your damage type. It is a must-have. You cannot not get it for a build. You don't get more points. You get the affinity. You don't get devotion points. If I had 6 devotion points, I would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I could unspec this one, and I would have 2 yellow affinity and 2 blue affinity. Again, I'm not going to do the detailed devotion explanation because somebody else is going to do a better job than me. But yeah. So you have to have your RR, we call it RR, resistance reduction. You have to have your RR devotion for your damage type. In many cases, you probably also want a flat RR devotion. It depends on your builds. Some builds just naturally get a flat RR because of their skills, their class, whatever it is. Some builds get it from their items. Some builds have to get it from devotions. You need to have at least one type of flat RR. There are 3 different types of resistance reduction. 3 types. We will get to that in a second. One type says minus number % physical resistance. Another type, this is the flat type, says number reduced targets resistances. That's flat. So you might want that depending on your skills. You also in general want, stats and shit. You want shit that's good for your build, right? I'm doing physical damage. If I had no idea what I wanted to do, I could type in physical dam and it'll highlight nodes that give physical damage, and that would give me some idea of where to go with my build, right? I could go here, I could go here. This thing has Fizdam, this thing has Fizdam. That's a rough idea. And you can see by generally also the devotions that are on the inside are weaker and cheaper and give you more affinity. And the devotions that are on the outside are stronger, more expensive, and don't give you affinity. So these are like tier 1 devotions, right? Turtle is a tier 1. It's very cheap. It gives pretty good stats, right? But it's nothing insane. It's fine. Out here is Azraka. She's a tier 3 devotion. She costs a bunch of affinity. You have to have a bunch of affinity to get Azraka, and she gives you none back. But the stats on the individual nodes here are quite fucking strong, right? Quite fucking good. So the goal generally is to get your affinities somewhere on the inside with some combination of devotions that are good for your build, and you're working your way towards getting tier 3 devotions that are correct for your build. So That's the general idea. You don't really have to worry about that too much while leveling if you don't want to, because you also get things later on that'll allow you to fully respec your devotion. And just like skills, you can respec your devotions at the spirit vendor. So, you know, it's not set in stone, but are more physically attractive? Maybe. I mean, unless you're into turtles. I'm just saying. Now for my build, we're playing forcewave. We're playing physical forcewave. We're playing two-hand weapon physical forcewave. Okay. Anna, welcome in. How's it going? Not a hound dog. So for me, I've leveled physical forcewave many times, right? In my personal professional opinion, the best thing to get first for leveling physical forcewave is Kraken. Kraken is a devotion that gives you a shit ton of stats, but you can only use it if you're using two-handed weapons, which we are. And Kraken's relatively easy to get, right? 5 blue, 5 green, that's not bad. So we're going to be aiming for Kraken, which means we need 5 blue, which we're going to get from Sailor's Guide. And we need 5 green, which we're going to get from Fox. How do you know you need a two-hand weapon? Good point. So again, I'm not going to read them all, but when you look at Kraken, you read your eyes and you say, it requires a two-handed melee or two-handed ranged weapon. Now, I will tell you, again, this is not a full devotion guide. I would highly recommend watching, probably Wrecked, I'm assuming, has a really good devotion guide. Do we have a Wrecked command? Surely I do. Yeah, okay. Wrecked probably has a really good devotion guide. I'm not that guy, man. This is already way more commitment than I'm willing to do. Wrecked has a great devotion guide, I'm sure. Also, I will also say, generally speaking, as a person, I don't like to and I don't recommend to follow build guides. For devotions in Grim Dawn, that's something that's worthwhile to look at somebody else's devotion page to figure it out, because figuring out your own devotion setup takes a lot of experience and practice. You know what, man? Fuck it, dude. We'll do it. We'll do it live. Let's pretend, shall we? Let's pretend that I'm a soldier. Let's pretend that I'm leveling and shit. And let's pretend that I'm getting devotions. Let's do even more than that. Let's fully do a devotion setup. So this is on Grim Tools, right? You can do a devotion setup. Again, we're aiming for Kraken first. So I need Sailor's Guide, which needs 1 blue. Sailor's Guide requires 1 blue. Now this doesn't cost you anything, by the way. When I talk about cost for devotions, there's devotion points that you're spending and you can respec to get back. That's your 55 max right here, right? You can have up to 55 devotion points. Sailor's Guide costs 1 blue, but it's not a cost as in like you spend the blue. It's a requirement. You have to have the blue. So we put a point in here so that we have 1 blue. It's an office soldier. Yeah. The self-sustainability. Yes. Yeah. It's a very weird part for sure. So that's why we would look at this, right? So we have a blue. That was our first point. Our next points are going into Sailor's Guide. Again, each one of these gives stats. Right? So I'm picking this based on the stats that I want. If I want 5 blues, I could either get Sailor's Guide, or Eel also gives 5 blues, or I could do Lizard, which gives 4 blues plus the 1 here. That makes 5, right? Same thing with Hound is 4. But, you know, personal preference and for my build and for the stats that I want Sailor's Guide. So we're going Sailor's Guide. You can read the stats it gives. I'm not going every single fucking one of these stats, but like this gives freeze and slow res. Those are good things to have, generally speaking. This gives physical resistance. Physical resistance is relatively rare, so that's nice to have. It also gives 10% move speed, which early on, 10% move speed is fucking nuts. Because move speed makes a big difference in just your ability to complete the game overall, right? Max run speed normally is 135%. So 10%, it gets you, you know, however much closer to that. So that's more advanced, right? If you're doing an advanced devotion setup, yes, you start by picking the tier 3s that you want, and then you pick like the supporting devotions that get you to that. But for a noob devotion setup, they're not going to know how to do that shit. For a noob devotion setup, we're just going for the things that we're going to go for in the way that I would actually go for them while playing the game, right? So this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 devotion points here. We've unlocked 5 so far, theoretically, while we're leveling. We got Sailor's Guide. We put it in. We finished it. We did the whole devotion. We now have 6 blues. That means that we can take this one out. We can go to the respec lady and we can take this point out and get it back. And we still have 5. Sailor's Guide is self-sustaining, right? Sailor's Guide keeps itself alive. You have to have 1 and it gives 5. So it just works. And then you can take that point out and put it into green because we need to go to Fox, right? Same thing with Fox. We put our points in Fox. I picked Fox out of the green devotions because that's the one that I like for leveling. It's got good leveling stats for me, in my opinion, for my build. You know, some people like Spider. You could go Raven. There's other options. I'm going Fox. Again, Fox gives 5 green. We finished it, which means we can take our green back. And now we have 5 blues and 5 greens. And what does Kraken require? That's right, class. 5 blues and 5 greens. Now, if we look at the stats on Kraken, they're fucking absurd, right? The stats that Kraken gives you is really fucking good. It's very fucking strong. That's the reason why we aim for Kraken first on a 2-hand forcewave build, because it's strong as fuck, boy. So we're just going to take all the nodes here. It gives you a shitload of damage. It gives you 10% casting speed, a ton of health, movement speed, crit damage, fizz res. Like, Kraken is fucking disgusting, right? So once you get to this point, devotion-wise...
I like cheeseburgers and shooting my gun. Pew, 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 pew. I'm gonna get in my pickup and go to Walmart. There you go. Pretty sure I fucking nailed it.
Fucking A, you're alright, bruv. Maggie, welcome in. You little son of a bitch. How's it going, man? How was your Dota today? Once you get Kraken, around this time, the build starts to feel very strong, right? We're doing a shit ton of damage at this point. So that's good. And then where do we go next? Right? Just got a lot more handsome in here. That's right. Special. Yes, yeah, right. So each devotion has a starting point. So you can't.
Jacking here, jacking there, jacking everywhere.
My balls! So you can't just start wherever you want, right? So when we took Sailor's Guide, we had to start here. And then we have to go here. And then from here, we could go to either one of these because they both branch off, right? If I was going to take Bull, I have to start here. And then I have to finish all the way over to Bull like that. And he's got a little leg. You could choose not to... Bitch. You could choose not to take the leg, right? But remember, you have to complete the devotion to get the affinity from it. So if we don't complete the devotion, we wouldn't get the yellows and blues. Now, we're not taking Bull. Bull generally is not very good. Even though Bull has physical stuff and we're a physical build, Bull is generally not very good. So branching out to small indie games. Yeah, I'm excited for Maggie to learn how to play Grim Dawn. Finish on Bull. Don't do that. Don't do that. After we get Kraken. After we get Kraken. Again, we're going for things that are good for our build, right? Now the next thing, Kraken's insanely strong. The next thing for a physical build is that bear is mandatory. You have to have bear. It's very fucking strong. You have to have bear. It gives you a shit ton of physical bonuses, and also the proc on bear reduces enemy armor, and enemy armor reduces your physical damage that you deal to them, right? So you have to have bear. Bear also gives leech on the proc, which is, you know, it's cool. It's fine. Attack damage converted to health. You can read those words as leech. Holy shit, we have to discuss attack damage converted to health. First RR, second leech. Got it. Anyway, we're aiming for bear next. Okay. Now you can see we already have the blues. We actually have 8 blues because Kraken gives even more blues, right? But we need 5 purples. So we're going to go to where purples are. And if you don't know where things are in the devotion setup, again, you can mouse over them here in-game. It doesn't work in Grim Tools because lol. But in-game, you can mouse over it and it'll tell you what gives purples. Your purple options here are either hammer plus a crossroads for 5, or crown, or I'm sorry, empty throne for 5. Technically owl, but owl's not that great for this build, you know. Is it hardware acceleration? I actually have hardware acceleration off. So I feel like it used to work when it was on. But anyway, it doesn't work now, apparently. I'm going to go Throne for my purples. Throne is a really good leveling devotion because it gives resists. Like, it's very defensive, but it gives a lot of resists that you want, right? Slow res, pierce res, chaos res, stun res, aether res, freeze res. That's a lot of resists. That's fucking good. And again, supports itself. We take our purple back, and then we have our purples and our blues, which means we can get bear. Like that. There you go. Accelerate my hardware faster, daddy. And then we have Dire Bear, which is good, right? Next, we're going to go for Assassin's Blade. For a lot of builds, it's nice to go for your RR, your stacking RR devotion first. We don't do it here because Kraken is so huge and Bear is so huge. But after we get those two, we'll go for this one. It's also a decent time to go for Turtle. I play hardcore. Hardcore, right? Which means I don't want to die. And Turtle is basically mandatory for any hardcore build. Turtle gives like some generic defensive stats. It's been nerfed, but it's still okay, right? But the important thing about Turtle is the proc. Fuck, I need some water. Is the proc. So the Turtle proc means that when you get to 50% health, you will instantly get a shield for however much damage. It's not 6,000 when you first get it. It's 500 or something, right? And it's not even that. It's not like it's a huge amount, but it's an awful lot fucking better than not having it, right? It'll save your life. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get some water. I gotta get some water. I'll be right back. Don't fucking look at me while I'm getting water, you asshole. Piece of shit, bitch. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I have water. I have water. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Okay. I'm back. I'm back. Oh my god, what are you guys watching? Alright. We're going for turtle and we're going for ass blade, right? We have kraken, we have bear, we have a shit ton of damage. We need to not die. So we're gonna go turtle. Braskin! Braskin, welcome in. Are you actually here or are you still streaming? I saw you died. I'm sorry that you died. It's very sad. Kind of funny, because I don't feel like you should have died, but very sad. Very sad. All right. Oh,
There are few people I hold in high regard, and I count you and Bourbon among them.
Braskin!
Small forcewave PP.
Braskin, you little son of a bitch! He is still streaming, by the way. Braskin's still streaming Grim Dawn if you want to go watch him die again. Braskin, I appreciate that sub. 14 months. You son of a bitch. Don't talk about my small PP. All right. We got turtle, which means we can take back our yellow. And we have enough yellow, because it only takes one. So we can get ass blade, which is our physical stacking RR devotion. I did! We watched it! We'll watch it again. Let's see if it actually gives us sound this time. No. No sound. I don't know why. I don't know why. But yeah. We just ran in there. Got freaking splattered. Got fucking splattered. No turtle. That's why we get turtle, bitch. That's why we pick up Mr. Turtle. Mr. Turtle will save your life. So, don't forget to get turtle, okay? That was still rough. I would not expect you to die in that situation ever. But, you know, it happened. Don't do anything if you get one shot. Yeah, but if it was a shotgun, it would have been multiple small hits, right? It was just enough to kill him all, like, in, you know, one frame-ish. Has no sound on? I doubt that, but I don't know. It does also give extra HP. Yep. Right? Doesn't it? Doesn't it give a percent HP in here? 4% HP could have saved his life. You never know. Anyway, we have ass blade now. So we have our shit. Where else are we going? Skazzy, welcome in. An empire must be built to weather any storm. I can't do a good Izaro voice. Fuck, I'm sad he's gone. It is what it is. He probably does. He's got plenty of people in there that would yell him if he doesn't have sound on. I'm sure it's something on my end. Next. So here we've gotten our basics, right? We've gotten all of our basic stuff on like the inside that we want. So here's where we look at tier 3s. And your physical tier 3 options are Oleron, who I don't like. Not like personally, but I don't like the Oleron devotion. I know, I see those posts. There's nothing there. It's just like a fucking... You can't see anything in those images, but I've seen it. There's Oleron. So the reasons why Oleron is not enjoyable is because Oleron, A, requires 20 purples, which is a shitload of purples. The actual stats on Oleron are good, but the Oleron proc also requires critting. And so it's just... It's just hard to make the Oleron devotion work well, or harder at least than it is for other physical options, right? He died, did he? Tragic is the tale of Oleron, who would come to be known as the War God. When faced with the destruction of his nation, Oleron made the difficult choice to rise to the defense of his people, but the victory cost him his wife and only child. The loss weighed heavily upon the war hero, and legends say that he would charge recklessly into battle since that day, seeking death upon a foe's blade so that he could be reunited with his family. But the bittersweet release had never come. Never come? To this day, when soldiers charge into battle, they call upon Oleron's name to grant them strength and courage. Good shit. It didn't say anything about him dying. Oh, really? Is 326 delayed? I haven't kept up with PoE news at all. It's very disappointing. Other tier 3 option is Azraka, who is pretty meh, you know? Azraka has pretty good stats. The proc is kind of, you know, whatever. It's fine. It's not bad or anything, but it's fine. Personally, if I'm going for a physical build, I usually end up with Vire, because I like Vire these days. Vire technically has a decent chunk of retaliation stats, which we don't really care about. But, you know. It's okay. And MP. Oh, Empyrean! Is Empyrean physical also? No. Oh, I'm looking at... Oh my god, I'm looking at the League mod one. Wait, I fucked up. Base game. I'm looking at the fucking League mod, you bitch. Here, let me fix it. Oh, fuck. I gotta fucking do it the old-fashioned way. God damn it. Hang on. Give me a second. Let me get back to where we were. I know. We're doing it the hard way. I know. I'm well aware. Solarius, welcome in. Oh my god. Beautiful tits as always, man. Fucking hell. I'm happy to see you. How's it going? 38 minutes ago. Oh yeah, I'll probably see it later or something. I know, but this is how you would actually put the points in if you are playing the game for yourself, not creating a build, right? This is a new person playing the game, putting points in. That's what this is. So we get our purple, we get our throne, we take our purple, we get our bear, so on and so forth, right? Back to turtle, like that, and this, there we go. Yeah, Dale is the expert at devos. If anybody here ever needs help with devotions, Morndale17, I'm offering his services for free. I'm sorry, did it end? Oh shit, it ended. Anime metal? I don't think that's what I want. Oh my god, that's even faster. Fuck. No, you take the bear's feet first. Beat 'em ups like Final Fight? No, not really. No. Anyway. I gotta go faster now. So we're going for Vire next. I actually don't remember. I feel like I'm missing something. I don't remember what it could be, to be honest. Weird. Hey, am I missing something? This is not what I'm remembering. Anyway, I need 6 more blues and 3 more purples. Oh, I remember. I went Ulzad first. So we go Ulzad first, because Ulzad is another one of the very solid, like, inner type devotions that's good for physical. So we go Ulzad. That's much better, and that gives us some purples and some greens. We still are not dealing with the extra greens yet, that's fine. And then we are 6 blues and 1 purple away, which means we can go Eel and purple crossroads and blue crossroads. I know I said those backwards. And then we can get Vire. People happy. Vire. Vire's nice and strong. And then we have 5 points left over. So this is way ahead of where we are in the game, right? By the way, this is level 50 or 60 or something like that. We're way ahead. This is also not your end game devotion setup. This is your leveling devotion setup. For end game devotions, please see Morndale 17. No, we can do end game devotions too, I guess. But for leveling devotions, I tend to just... Oh, fixed itself? Was it fucked up and it's not anymore? Oh no, it's the new emotes you mean. Okay, good. For leveling devotions, I tend to keep the same leveling devotions probably until 94, even if they're suboptimal. I really don't feel like changing them while leveling. But you do get you get the potion to fully respec your devotions while leveling, so you can do it. I would not recommend doing it until you have all 55 points, but you could do it after that if you wanted to. Anyway, this is kind of what I want to see while leveling. We've got 5 extra points. At this point, we're going to be using an axe, so we can get like points in Berserker, right? Might as well. 2 points in Berserker gives you Fizz Res, which is really nice. We have 3 points left over. We could get 2 points in Lotus for more Fizz Res, and then 1 point left over for, I don't know, whatever the fuck you want. Anything, whatever you feel like you can afford. Point in Heart for health or something. Whatever, right? It doesn't really matter. The last points, it's whatever. Literally anywhere. Just put it anywhere. Fucking put it in yellow crossroads for 5% health. It doesn't matter. So, leveling devotions, right? That's roughly how it's going to happen for leveling. Now, when you're not leveling, Dale, leveling. Jesus Christ. Now, when you're not leveling, you're going to check on ignore devotion requirements, and you're going to make an actual devotion setup. So for an actual setup, you do the opposite. For an actual setup, you pick the things that you want, and then you make your affinities fit the things that you want. And you're able to go much more precise and targeted and much more efficient. You don't have shit left over, right? It's just generally stronger that way. But again, it's much harder to do that while you're leveling. I'm giving you these 2 different things, right? Verdungo, welcome in. How's it going? Hello? So now we're not leveling anymore, right? Which means I just straight up get my tier 3s that I want, and then I get other shit after that. I get my tier 3s, I get basically the must-haves for my build. Vire, Kraken, Bear, Assblade, Turtle. Can we fit as Rocket in? Maybe. We'll have to see. But basically we try to see what we can get away with. You know? We try to get as many things as we possibly can. Box! I appreciate you for stopping in, man. Here, I'll send you off to Bedge. I don't know if you're actually doing Bedge or not, but I'll send you there anyway, you son of a bitch. Box! I appreciate you stopping in. And I will see you later. Here, I'll have one last drink of water for you, okay? Good shit. Okay, so we picked the devotions that I would love to have. The question is, are we allowed to get away with it? Right? Are we allowed to get away with it? And by that, I mean, can I get enough affinity to actually make all of this work? Personally, I don't think so. I don't actually think we can, right? We need 11 blues, 6 purples, and 2 yellows. And some greens. Purple, green, blue, and yellow. Pretty unlikely, right? It's pretty unlikely that we can afford all of that. But we can try. We can try. Purple and green, Toad is a good option here because Toad has Leech on it, which is nice, right? I can immediately tell you that we're not going to be able to afford what we want, but that's okay. 3 purple, 11 blue. The only possible way that it could work is by taking Wraith. Now, Wraith is not a good devotion. Wraith, you can clearly see, is lightning and aether damage. That's not a good devotion. It's not a good devotion even for lightning and aether. But especially for physical, it's not a good devotion. However, Wraith gives you 3 purples and 3 blues for only 4 devotion points spent. So it's very efficient. We're testing. I don't know if this is end product. We're just testing, and I know that the points are very tight. So I don't think we're gonna get away with it. But the only way that we could get away with it is if we get the points from Wraith. So, and then we need 8 blues and 2 yellows, which means that we can do Panther. We can get away with it. Wait, we can't get away with it. Fuck. We can't get away with it. Wait, we can get away with it. Oh! Wow. I love it when a plan comes together. Holy shit, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful setup right there. I mean, apart from having Wraith, it's a beautiful setup. Wraith is a shit devotion, but it's so efficient, right? So when I say efficient, I'm talking about the number of devotion points that I have to spend in order to get affinities out, right? For Wraith, I spend 4 to get 6. That's pretty good, right? For Sailor's Guide, I spend 4 to get 5. That's still pretty good, but 5 is less than 6, right? And then generally speaking, the stronger the devotion is, the less efficient it is, right? So Bear is very strong, but Bear costs you 6 devotion points and you get 2 affinity out of it. That tells you that it's strong, right? So you have to balance the strong devotions that you want with being able to get the affinities that you want. And this one just worked out perfectly. So this would be the end game devotion setup. But the reason why I don't want to use this devotion setup while leveling is because I don't want to have fucking Wraith, right? Wraith is trash. So if I did this while leveling, I would be spending 4 points that do absolutely nothing for me. So I don't want to swap to this until I have 55 points. Anyway, that's devotions in a nutshell. Scythe instead of Wraith. That's a decent idea, except I don't really like Scythe if we're not regen. And also I really like Azraka's Head for the casting speed, especially if we're going to be Warlord. We have casting speed problems, kinda. It's an option, yeah. I think if you were going physical like two-hand warder savagery, that would be better to get a little bit of regen in, although even then you would go completely different for more regen overall. And a scythe is not pure regen. Scythe also has some pretty decent health, and like it's got some other 4% cunning is not bad, right, for a physical build. But scythe is not very efficient points wise. I'm generally not a scythe fan unless it's a regen build, so, but it's an option for sure. Yeah, you would have less cast speed, more health, cunning. Yeah, it's okay. And this is the advantage of doing it in Grim Tools, right? Is you can just pick and choose. And ideally, you would have like your full ass build in here, right? So you could actually see how that impacts your build as a whole. Would you rather have the extra HP and stuff from Scythe, or would you rather have the cast speed from Ezraka? Like that. I'm sorry. Am I an idiot? Oh, to Eel, right, to Eel. That really depends, right? Like if your build naturally gets 200 cast speed and the 6% from Ezraka here doesn't help you, then fucking A, right? Absolutely you should do it. Or if your build naturally has 25k HP and 160% casting speed, like, you know, it just depends on what you want. It depends on how everything works out. But yeah, it's an option too, for sure. Plus it means you don't have to have Wraith. Which is nice. That's nice. I'm gonna save this actually because I think that turned out pretty well. Share, just in case anybody wants it. Okay. End game devotion setup. There you go. How do I do this shit? Delete, bookmark. There you go. I did the thing. Okay, back to work. What the fuck were we doing? I have one devotion point. Oh my god. Hey, are we gonna make it to Warden Creek? Maybe. We also have to talk about resistance reduction and leech. Flail your hellhound around by its tail. I don't think that works. This is not PoE. You can't put shit together like that. Okay, so let's talk about resistance reduction, shall we? There are resistances in the game. They reduce the amount of damage that you take. Enemies also have resistances that reduce the amount of damage that you do to your enemies. One of the, if not the best ways to increase your damage overall, especially when you're talking about for your end game build, like your biggest damage increases, come from getting more resistance reduction. There are 3 types of resistance reduction. 3 types. Pay attention carefully because this is important. There are 3 types of resistance reduction. The first type is the only type that stacks, as in you can have multiple of the same type. Within this one type, you can have as many of these as you can get. 3 types. Okay, and that's this minus number percent. Minus number percent. Physical resistance, pierce resistance, whatever it is. 3 types. It's on the test. You better be paying attention. So this is stacking RR. Stacking. It stacks because you can have more than one of the same thing and they all apply to your enemies, okay? There's no Bear Sonic 2. But it is 3 types, sort of. Yeah. I can't give you a good example here because Soldier doesn't have the stacking RR. But like once we get to be a Warlord, Oathkeeper has another, like within the skill tree, Oathkeeper has a -% physical resistance skill. And they stack. They both work. They both reduce the enemy's resists. All right, very cool, very good, very strong. In your build in general, you want as many of these as possible. The one from your devotions is a must-have. If you have it in your class skills, it's a must-have. In many cases, you can get it from items like rings or procs or something like this, whatever. It's a must-have. Like you need as much of that as you can possibly get. Stacking. Type 2. Same but different. Stacks. Exactly. Type 2. Now, again, the first one is the only one that stacks. And by stacks, I mean you can do multiple of the same. All 3 of the different types work with each other. But type 2 and type 3, you can only have one each in a build, or only one each works at a time in a build. So the number 2 is flat. Flat is justice. Okay. I mean, big boobs are nice too, don't get me wrong. Flat. So that is like this, where it says there's no minus and there's no percent. It just says at the bottom of Tip the Scales here, it says 4 reduced targets resistances. Flat, right? It's just a number. It just subtracts that one number from the enemy's resists. That's it. You can only have one of them effective at a time. Okay? Listen, I love flat. I'll take flat all day. I love all kinds. An equal opportunity. Okay? I'm just saying. One type of flat. One flat RR. Now there's various different like flat RR devotions. Again, there's various skills that have flat RR. For our setup, playing physical soldier, we're gonna get our flat RR from our break morale skill, which is attached to our war cry. We'll get to that whenever we get to it, 10 days from now. So I don't need flat from devotions because I have my one source of flat here, right? But you can get flat from Tip the Scales. You can get elemental flat from Crown. You can get flat from Manticore. You can get, there's Revenant, Reaper, whatever the fuck. There's various types of flat, right? But again, you only can get one. You get one. Our stupid nonsense. It really is kind of fucking silly, yeah, that it is the way it is. But it's just this system, man. I don't know. And obviously, it's not like they're going to change it now, right? I mean, this shit is so ingrained into the game. There's no... I can't say there's no way, because they've made huge sweeping changes in the last year. But I don't expect them to change it. It would be nice for it to not be that way. But, And then the third type is... not that big of a deal, right? If you can get it for your build, you should. If you can make it work for your build, you should. But it's not that big of a deal. Like, we're not going to end up having it for this build, the type 3. We're not going to end up having it for this build at all. And that's fine. It's basically fine. So the third type is what I would call Viper style. Because the Viper devotion is basically the easiest and probably most common way of getting it. And here we don't have a minus, but we do have a percent. So 20% reduced targets elemental resistances. So it's only elemental on Viper, right? The Ultos devotion has the same thing, and I believe it's also only elemental. Yeah, it's hard to get Viper style. Just in general, it's in much fewer places than stacking and flat. But it's there. Another thing about Viper style is these other ones, right? This says -8% and it does a -8%. This says 4 and it does a 4. This says 20% reduced. It does not actually do a 20. These subtract directly from the enemy's resists. This is a multiplier, right? So if the enemy had 100% elemental resistance, then Viper would reduce that by 20%, which is 20. But if the enemy has 50% elemental resistance, Viper would reduce it by 20%, which is 10. Right? So Viper's effectiveness depends a lot on what the enemy resistance is and how much other RR you have. You know, if the enemy has 100 resist and you have 100 resist reduction before Viper, Viper does literally 0. It does actually nothing. Now that's not usually the case. That's a rare scenario, right? But generally Viper style is the worst of the styles. Now, if you're a class that doesn't have good RR, right? If you're playing a physical battle mage and your class doesn't naturally get stacking RR at all, and you only have it from like your devotions and a few other sources, it would be nice to have something like that. But again, Viper style is only elemental on Viper, so it's hard to get and it's less effective. It's whatever. Again, if you can get it in your build, it's cool. You should probably get it. I wouldn't worry about it too much, unless you're elemental and then get it, I guess. Another thing about Viper style that's important is the Viper style RR that's on here only applies when you hit enemies with weapon damage. And the amount that it applies only applies based on the percent weapon damage that you do. Right? So if you do 100% weapon damage, you get the full effect of Viper. If your attack is only doing 50% weapon damage, you only get half of the effect of Viper. So there's that too. And that doesn't go over 100. If you're doing 150% weapon damage, you're still only getting 100% of Viper. Neela, welcome back. Hope you're feeling okay. They're not going to do that shit. Related to Gangnam Style? It might be. Might be. Less popular, I think. But yeah. Before D5? Honestly? No. No, it won't. No. No, it will not. Which is really fucking depressing. I know. I know. All right, so that was RR. Jesus Christ. I feel like this one is way too fast for me. Oh, that's much nicer. I like that. Okay. Next, last, before we get back to actual gameplay. Gameplay? Do we play games here? Last is attack damage converted to health. I know, disgusting. Attack damage converted to health. Gameplay in my yapping stream? It's more likely than you might think. Attack damage converted to health. Oh yeah, that's my gameplay emote. Oh wait, that's caps. Do we have lowercase gameplay also? We do. We have both. Oh, I also have gameplay time. Why the fuck do we have both? What the fuck is this? Man, I need to clean up my fucking emotes. Anyway. I'm trying to get there. All right, attack damage converted to health. It's basically leech, right? Think of it as leech. When you do damage, 4% of your damage gets leeched back to you as health. But it's not that simple. Okay. I realize that it says attack damage. It's
Max.
Yes. Yeah, rename it to part of the damage, your weapon damage that converts. yeah, basically, yeah. So it's leech, right? But it says attack damage converted to health, and the reason it says that is because it's only leech that is effective for your weapon damage. When we're talking about global attack damage converted to health, because skill specific is different, right? We'll get to that. When we're talking about global, so my character has, well, 0% currently, but once we get bear, we'll have 4% attack damage converted to health, and my force wave currently does 198% main hand damage and some other shit, right? I played it. I'm never gonna finish it. I played it. I'm never gonna finish it. I know, he's just talking shit. He's still streaming, but he's talking shit. He can't even hear me. Oh, what a motherfucker. So the 4% leech that we would theoretically have only applies to the percent weapon damage that we're doing there, right? It's all well and good for force wave because it's doing pretty high weapon damage, right? But some skills have like a low weapon damage percent, and again, attack damage converted to health only applies to your weapon damage, your attack damage. So that's a thing to know. Another thing is that if it's on a skill, then it applies to the entire skill, right? So bear has the proc on bear has 15% of attack damage converted to health. Now that's not global. When the bear proc goes off, the damage that the bear proc does leeches 15% of its damage back to you. None of your other damage is affected by that. And that 15% on the bear proc doesn't care about weapon damage. It's skill specific. So it does 172 physical damage, and 15% of that is leeched back to you. Why is it so fucking weird and different? I could not tell you. I could not tell you. But that's the way it is. Yeah. That's the way it is. And there's other things like there's skills that don't naturally have leech attached to them, right? Oh yeah, also the armor reduction. I didn't even get into that, but yeah, bear reduces armor. That's why we get it, because reducing armor is good for physical damage. Every game needs to be the same. You're goddamn right. I'm gonna have some more water. You're right. So there's also things that like give specific skills attack damage converted to health. So like Aether Ray on the Arcanist doesn't have it naturally, but you can get Leech on Aether Ray through an MI that you can equip. And again, because it applies to the whole skill, it's not global attack damage converted to health, so it doesn't care about your weapon damage. It's the entire skill. Whatever the whole damage of the skill is, you leech a percentage of that. Anyway, it's a fucking nightmare, and we're level 6 at 3.5 hours in. I mean, I don't think it's unfair to complain about stuff like that being weird. Stuff like that is very weird, right? It's, you know, part of the charm of the game, sure, but stuff like that is very weird. But now we're actually playing the game. Now we've explained everything, so we're actually playing the game. I've got to do quests. As usual in Grim Dawn, we're going north, right? We need scrap, which is why I kicked this little pile, because we're looking for scrap. We're still not picking up yellow items because they're worthless unless they are actually, you know, usable for my build. We're lining up enemies to hit them in a line with force wave. When your health goes down to 0, you make a new character. We're playing hardcore, baby. One life to live. Yeah, unintuitive is still unintuitive, yeah. GD bad. Back to gameplay. Everybody log out. All right, it was nice having you guys here. I'm just gonna quietly play the game and not explore any, or explain anything else. No, I'm not gonna do that. I was yapping. You missed 2 hours of yapping. Yes. Yeah. Look, we got a slith necklace. So this is the reason why I pathed the way that we do here, because we're killing slith along the way, and slith can drop necklaces. And I need 3 necklaces for my 1 neck for a quest. For a quest. 2 hours of fapping. That's right. Mel was getting to work behind the scenes. Holy fuck. I'm evolving. I'm learning. I'm learning from the best. Learning from pros. Oh. Copyright. Welcome in. I'm definitely not giving you a recap. Fuck. Wait. You didn't do it right, Maggie. You gotta do flicking beans. Thank you. Please fucking get it correct. Thank you. Look, it's my first ring. I'm gonna put it on. F? Are we F? I better not be F. I look like I'm still here. Is anybody else F? No F. Okay, good, good, good. Yeah, we're 3.5 hours in. 3.5 hours in. Level 7. I'm just trying to help you, man. You seemed like you need help. Yeah, it would be way overwhelming to actually get that much information at the start, which is probably a good argument for not doing it the way that I just did. But it's too late now, isn't it? In it. Again, all our points go into forcewave. Oh, there's so much less to explain now. It's amazing. Oh my god, I can actually play the video game. Fuck. Level 8 now, bitch! Fucking no one was listening. You little piece of shit. You were listening to my every fucking word. I know you were. I know you were. Is that my 3rd necklace? It is. It is. In real time, I know. And look how strong it is, too. One-shotting everything already.
She was jacking here, jacking there, jacking everywhere.
Chub. My balls! God damn it, fishing hat. Again, we're taking the route that we did to get necklaces. We already have our necklaces because we got super lucky. But, you know, we just take the route. Just take the route, okay? Just take the route. And then we have another quest target. Jillius. He's out here jilling off. What a pervert. Doing it in broad daylight. My goodness, man. No, don't stop. I like the look of it, but I'm just saying. And it's an amulet! Oh my gosh. Wait, we get to say the amulet thing. Hang on. Let me kill some zombies. We do need a jilling emote. Fuck. She was jilling there, jilling there. No. Jilling here, jilling there, jilling everywhere. We got it. We got it. It took a second. Amulet. We get to talk about low-level amulets. We picked up our first amulet. 16 health regen, solid for low level, right? I'm going to equip it. Your character starts off wearing a salt bag. Now, mind you, you need this salt bag to do something very, very end game-ish, right? Very level 100 plus. You need this salt bag. I'm going to throw it on the ground. Just throw it on the ground, because you don't actually need it. Because you can always get another one by just making a new guy. You know? The most important thing you missed? Viper style. Viper style. It's his entrance. You only get to hear it once per stream. Once per stream. Limited time shit. Once. Unos. I know, I know. Literally rolling out the red carpet when Maggie gets here. Fuck. All right, hey, we maxed out force wave, so now we're putting more points in our bar. One thing that I definitely skipped, and this probably should have been brought up like 3 hours ago. You need to have some HP, right? We're level 9. We've got 670 HP. The general rule would be to have, at very fucking least, would be to have 100 times your level. Really, you want to have like 150 times your level in HP. We don't have that, right? We're very far behind. And you would fix that by putting points in bar, which we didn't do because we pumped force wave early. So now we're going to get some HP. Maggie hate watcher? How could you hate watching Maggie? He hates you so much already. You gotta love the guy for that, right? We can all just hear his speech whenever he's here. That's true. Do you have an actual command for it? I don't fucking believe you. I don't believe you. Oh, that's a nice upgrade. Look at that. Do you see that shit? Do you see how many fucking stats that gives? And my current belt is yellow? Bitch. Bitch. For 4th of July. Celebrating like a real American. I can actually trigger it manually. Wait, I can actually trigger it manually. Hang on, where's my shit?
There are a few people I hold in high regard, and I count you and Bourbon among them.
Braskin! Braskin, you drive-by son of a bitch!
Max.
I appreciate that. But don't fucking do that, you son of a bitch. Hey, where's Maggie's entrance command? Aha, I found it.
I like cheeseburgers and shooting my gun. Pew, 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 pew. I'm gonna get in my pickup and go to Walmart. There you go. Pretty sure I fucking nailed it. Max, you were right. I should have gone to the shop. I should have listened to you.
No, don't say less. Say less.
Max, you were right. 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 Max, you were right.
God, that sounds so good. Hang on, let me do it at 2x for just real quick. We're gonna go to quarter speed also.
Max, you were right. 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 Max, you were right.
Okay, let's go to quarter speed. Hang on. Slow it down. Let's slow it down.
Max, you were right. Max, you were right. Max, you were right.
You were right, mate.
Max, you were right.
Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. Literally the best thing you've ever said in your life. I got a little chub. Redeem command, it should be.
Here,
it should
there,
be.
jacking everywhere.
Do we have a Magi command? Is there a Magi command currently? Just so everybody can know how he really feels. Oh, that is what it is. Okay. I'll have to think of something else then. Next time he's being a fucking tosser. Just put that out there. Socials. Wait, I'm not explaining shit. Hey, we're going into a cave because there's a devotion shrine here. There's a devotion shrine. Do we need to do a full devotion guide again? Do you guys remember the last one? Hey, were you guys taking notes? I feel like maybe you weren't paying attention. Yeah, there's the actual guide maker. Thank you. Tosser all the time. You're not fucking wrong, mate. No, I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention. Look, it's a devotion shrine. We click on it. It's a combat devotion shrine. We have to fight enemies. Fight for your life. Luckily, we're strong as fuck, boy. And it's our first blue item. It's our first blue item. Look, this blue item teaches you that not everything that shows you a green plus is actually good. They're all the same. When is D4 going to implement devotions, you guys? What the fuck? I don't generally like blue items, by the way, but while leveling, they can be decent. This one is not. This one is not actually decent. I mean, unless you're playing Summon Hellhound, and then it is, but here it's not. Very misleading, right? Don't equip this, or you won't be able to use forcewave. Actually, you know what I should do? Because I still have weapon attack on my left click, but I'm never going to use it ever again. So we change this to move to, and then this only shows our forcewave DPS, and then there we go. Right, that's what we like to see. Now I will actually keep this because it's worth selling. Blues are worth selling. So, yeah. They are getting buffed in the expansion. Probably not like leveling blues, but yeah. Yeah. That's also very far away. Forced myself to use my left hand for everything so I can jack 24-8. Holy fuck, man. He's jacking 113% of the time. Jesus fucking Christ, mate. Is this an upgrade? Barely. Barely.
She was jacking here, jacking there, jacking everywhere.
And when I say barely, I mean fucking barely. Our current weapon is not good, right? Our current weapon is very bad. This weapon that we've picked up has a much higher physical damage number, but I'm still going to use it. It is actually better, but it's not as much better as you would think. Okay, it's not as much better as you would think. So the problem, here's the problem. Draenora, are you leaving us? You go to bed. You go to bed, you little son of a bitch. Draenora, you have a good ass sleep. Enjoy yourself, and I will see you later. Isn't that what that is? Isn't 8 out of 7 113%? Calculate 8 divided by 7. 14. 114%. Fuck me. Hey, what does this do? Wait, what did this do? Commands? Oh. Oh, I didn't know we had all those commands. Oh! If it's not an exclamation thing, it doesn't show up in the commands thing. I didn't know that. Because we also have things that are not technically commands. They just show up if you type it.
Bajanada.
I got a little chub. Like that. There's at least one more. What is it? What is it? Oh, this is one that I never get to see because I never look at my actual OBS. Hang on. Huh? I never get to see it. Fuck. Loot filter. We're not ready for the loot filter yet. We'll do the loot filter talk once we are finding move speed boots or cast speed gloves. Or we're not seeing yellows anymore. All right, we're going to equip this weapon. But let me tell you what's happening here. Okay, I want to be using physical force wave. At this level, it doesn't really matter. At this level, the damage type doesn't really matter that much, right? We're going from, or we will be going from doing mostly physical purely because of the flat physical on force wave, and then a little bit of lightning from the weapon, to doing mostly physical pure because of the flat physical, and a little bit of pierce. Actually, is that true, or does it pierce the flat? It pierces the flat. Oh, it's still fine. It's still fine. Again, damage type at this level doesn't really matter that much. So, piercing damage, piercing damage, piercing damage. So we want to be doing physical, which is physical damage. And now we're going to be doing piercing damage. Piercing is another damage type, right? Fire, lightning, pierce, chaos, physical, whatever. Piercing is a fucking freak. Piercing is a filthy fucking pervert of a damage type, because unlike other damage types that have something like, say, 10% physical damage converted to fire damage, generally speaking for pierce, and you know, this changes at higher levels, there's other shit that you can get, I don't care about that. Generally speaking for pierce turns the physical damage of your weapon into pierce, right? Face reveal? Hello? Can you see me? You know what it could do when you do face reveal? It could go like this. I'm sure there's like an automated way to do it. You go face reveal and I go, fucking bitch, fuck you, man. And then I have to like turn it off manually. Hey, bitch! Face conceal. Oh, that's a good idea. I'm not gonna do it, but that's a good idea. So piercing. Weapons that are piercing. God, this is so much easier than it used to be to explain. It used to be such a gigantic pain in the dick. Weapons that are piercing, say 100% armor piercing under the physical damage, right? And it's not armor piercing. Piercing has a lot of misconceptions, right? There would be an expectation that armor piercing means that your physical damage ignores armor or something like that. And that's not the case. And there's also a lot of questions about, well, is pierce damage affected by armor? How does it work? Pierce damage doesn't give a shit about armor. Armor piercing is 100% physical damage converted to piercing damage. That's what it is, right? And once it's piercing damage, armor doesn't matter anymore, because armor doesn't affect pierce damage, just like armor doesn't affect acid damage, just like armor doesn't affect bleed. Armor only affects physical, and pierce damage is not physical, right? So it's just treat it like conversion. It just is conversion to pierce damage. That's just the way it works, right? Now, there's another problem. There's another problem. Because the armor piercing conversion only happens after other conversions. Thank you, Maggie. Thank you. Sorry, class, can somebody tell me what the next problem is with armor piercing? Maggie? Order. Thank you. Yes. Order of operations. So for conversions, for all of the other normal fucking conversions that exist in the world, they just happen all at once, right? All of your conversions go and they all like fire off at the same time. And then after they all fire off, pierce damage is sitting in the corner like he's like furiously jerking as hard as he can. But he can't actually finish until everybody else is done. So if you have physical damage and you have like 10% physical damage converted to fire and 100% armor piercing, the 10% goes to fire first, and then the remaining 90% physical is able to become piercing after that. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some fucking shit, man? Piercing is such a bitch. Now that being said, current state of the game, pierce damage is basically like the strongest damage type, right? So, you know, it's fine. You just have to know about the weird shit. You gotta know about the weird little like intricacies of shit. So yeah. And the other thing is, it doesn't just convert the physical damage of your weapon, it converts like the physical damage that you do, right? So we have 31 to 107 from the weapon. We also have however much from our actual force wave skill. All of that gets smashed together and then gets pierced. Yeah, exactly. Smash it in first, ask about piercings later. Yeah. Is there a hospital nearby? No, I'm sure it's going to be fine. In this area, we're taking this path because there's a driver trapped in a cage, by the way. In spite of his rage, he's still just a driver trapped in a cage. And we gotta find him. We gotta save him. We gotta rescue him. Flared base, very important. For the love of fuck, don't use a flared base. Kids, if you're into that kind of thing, I'm just saying. This weapon looks like an upgrade because it has a green number. Technically, I could put the physique points in to be able to equip it. And I will. It's a very small increase. It basically doesn't matter. Technically, it's 10%, right? They're into kids. We're talking about like popsicles, right? So they don't get the popsicle stuck, like when they're eating popsicles. Is that what you're talking about? Cops! Cops! It was Maggie. It wasn't me. It was Maggie. It was Maggie. It was Maggie. Okay, I saved the guy. We're good. Also, this is a lot of slith here, right? So if I didn't have 3 slith necklaces, I would go to the other spot where the guy could be. But we do have 3, so we don't have to do that. And we get Blitz, finally. Blitz is a movement skill. Blitz is amazing. And we're going into a cave. It's a particularly important cave. So, Blitz. Let me show you what happens when you use Blitz. Are there any enemies in this cave? Aha! Oh! You see that shit? Charge straight into them sumbitches. So Blitz is one of the other leveling options for Soldier. It's also just a good move skill in general. And even if we're not using Blitz as like our main damage skill, it's pretty fucking good. It's pretty fucking good. It doesn't really kick in until you get Blindside still, but it's totally worth using. Not like over force wave for damage, but you know, for traveling. I'm a traveler. I'm a sovereign citizen, man. Fuck. I'm not a sovereign citizen. Jesus fucking Christ. Wait, what kind of popsicle? What kind of popsicle are you having? And why are you not sharing with the class? We can all take a lick. Sharing is care. Right? Strawberry and orange? Ew. Okay, you keep that to yourself. I'm just kidding. Molten Walkers are pretty good low-level boots. They have move speed. They have move speed. Also, we're finally getting green items, so we're picking them up to sell. So move speed boots, right? Move speed, very important. We did already talk about Sailor's Guide. I forgot something! Bitch! I forgot something in the whole process. We were supposed to get Jackal first, and then get rid of Jackal later, because Jackal is a free 6% total speed. Well, not free, but you know what I mean. It's too late now. Gone forever. And then this little fella right here. This is, his name is Ancient Shambler. I know. I know. We're schmoovin' now. Oh my god! Does anybody know? Does anybody know why we're excited? Oh my god. Just fucking get it. Okay. Let me tell you why we're excited. So the reason in general why we're excited to get to the Shambler is because he drops an amulet, which is our first MI that we care about. MI, Monster Infrequent. He always drops one. It's not infrequent for him, but he always drops a Shambler's Heart. And the Shambler's Heart has forcewave bonuses. And I'm playing forcewave. I don't know if you know that. I know. Just get it of supremacy. What the fuck? Just killed Shambler. Hey, good shit. Congrats. Did you get a Shambler's Heart of Supremacy? I know. I know. That's super poggers. That's just my face, man. That's my actual face when I get a Shambulet of Supremacy. That's fucking good. Yeah, it's got natural force wave bonuses. It gives a +3 to force wave. The minus recharge doesn't matter because we're spamming, obviously. But it also gives it a bunch of extra flat damage. So insane, right? Insane. And on top of that, it dropped with the of supremacy suffix. Now, for a force wave build, of supremacy is like basically the most amazing thing you could possibly fucking get. Because of supremacy gives +2 force wave and physical damage and, you know, good stats in general, right? So the Shambulet of Supremacy gives +5 to force wave, which is insane. Multiple level ups worth of yeah. It's just a good feeling, you know? It's just a good feeling. So we're going to put this on. Now, let me show you something, right? We're at 16 out of 16 force wave. And you would say, if you're at 16 out of 16, how could you possibly increase it by 5? Let me tell you. The way that you can do that is, because this shows you the maximum number of points that you can put into a skill, but that's not the maximum number of points that it can be. You can go 10 points over the cap on the skill. So 16 out of 16 would be called soft capped, right? And 26 out of 16 would be called hard capped. And that's the reason for that emote right there. Because that means that you have your force wave actually maxed. Right, so the more points you put into your main skill, the better. Being able to go, at this point in the game, being able to go 5 points over the max that you have is insane. Fucking nutty. Bruh. What is the difference? We're going from this 295 main hand damage and what, 600 on the high fizz roll? 265 and 350. That's a shitload of damage. Look, we're going from 725 DPS to 1189. That's a fucking lot. The lore of Crate Entertainment? Oh, I actually have no idea. There's a Crate boss in the game, but that is beyond the scope of a noob guide. ultimate rank. That's true. That's
hello,
true.
traveler.
Good point, Maggie. Thank you. Pedantatron
traveler.
working well. Yeah, technically being full max. Full max is ultimate rank. You can go faster by driving off a cliff. Yeah, it's something like that, yeah. Duncan, dude. So Duncan has a quest for us. What is this? Oh, I don't want to actually read the lore of Crate Entertainment. That's not very exciting, is it? Is it? Iron lore, yeah. Yeah. Do we want to read Crate lore? Oh, no, we're paused because we're listening to Duncan. Sorry, we found Duncan. Oh, do you have it as a copy pasta or are you actually just copy pastaing? Oh, Duncan doesn't even have a mouth. He just does words. Okay, Duncan wants me to find Angrim. The mustache has a mustache? I think so. Yeah. Yeah, Duncan wants us to find Angrim because Duncan is a wannabe blacksmith and Angrim has the blacksmith hammer that he needs. Duncan D's nuts. Bitch. Oh, my HP is very low for where we are right now, by the way. Fuck. What the? What is that emote? Oh, it's a blacksmith. It's the blacksmith. Man, I forgot we had that blacksmith. Fuck. That man is smithing up a storm. God damn. Why is everything he makes so sticky? Don't worry about that. What is that? You have a Black Lives Matter emote. That's sick. I didn't know that was a thing.
Move along now.
Move along now, stranger. Oh yeah, he has the hammer, right? So you have the option of taking the hammer from him.
Move along now, stranger.
Oh, he doesn't actually say the words. I'm here for the hammer. Duncan needs it, and then you can choose to pick Angrim instead of Duncan. Angrim is way better than Duncan. Duncan gives you bullshit, dog shit that you don't need. And Angrim gives you crafting bonuses for percent armor. And percent physique? Or is it just armor? I don't remember. But anyway, Angrim is better. Always pick Angrim. The only exception to that is if you want to be a low-level fire guns build and you don't have any blueprints yet, so it's like fresh start character. In that case, you're allowed to take Duncan. I would still take Angrim. He's just better. So it's just the crafting bonus. That's it. That's basically the only reason why it matters. But it's enough of a reason that you might as well, right? Because the reason to take Duncan is because, I don't know, you don't like good things, I guess. It's pretty cool. I mean, he's a guy, I guess. I can probably count on one hand the number of times that I've actually taken Duncan in my life. Sticky so you don't lose them? Gross. Listen. This is a yapping stream, okay? I mean, this is a gameplay stream, okay? I'm just doing my best. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn the secret of just talking and not actually playing video games. I'm not there yet. Okay, I think we're gonna do the loot filter now. I think it's time. I'm looking at this. So every green thing that pops up, right, we want to kind of scan it to see if it's worthwhile. Because all of our gear right now is dog shit. Except for the amulet. The amulet's really good. So basically everything is like upgrade possible. So like I look at this, what I'm currently wearing is complete trash. So we might as well put this new thing on. It's also trash, but it's got more armor, you know? It's got a little bit of OA. It's whatever. We'll put it on. It's also not yellow, so that's good. Ilkert, is that your name? Welcome in. Which class is good to get the achievement for the first boss under level 11? I would say Pet. I'm pretty sure Raven can do it easily. Occultist Raven. I mean, you just have to make sure you don't kill stuff to over level, but Raven can easily kill Warden at level 11. Yeah. Oh, I didn't think about P-Blade. I've never actually done P-Blade. That would probably be a better, like, targeted way to do it. But pets at that level are disgustingly strong. Like, you have a max level pet by level 5, and the max level pet just fucking shreds Warden. Lokar set. I mean, that's an option. I don't think that's what they're looking for, but yeah. Technically an option. Sorry, so here we got up to Blitz, but we don't need to put any other points here, right? Nothing else here is worthwhile. So we push up to 15 in Soldier, because that gets us Rending Force, which is even more damage. More damage when we're already like one-shotting the fuck out of everything. More damage. Oh yeah, we were gonna do a loot filter. So Grim Dawn has a loot filter. It's pretty shit. Compared to the loot filter in other games, it's pretty shit. It's pretty shit. Oh my god, a class ranking? No, that is not. That is beyond what we're doing here. Holy shit. That's way too much work. That's way too much work, man. Fuck. Lewd filter? Lewds? Anyone? 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 Okay, so we went in here first, right? We opened the loot filter. It's this little button down here. There's a whole bunch of checkboxes. Now, when you open it, don't fucking click on anything, please. I'm begging you. Don't just be clicking around to shit. Okay? The three buttons that we're looking to click here are, we want to always show double rare, because we do want that. We don't want to show common items, because those are white items, right? Those are worthless. Those are like these things.
Here, jacking there, jacking everywhere.
God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. I got a little chub. Don't have the DLC yet, just main game. That's fine. You could still do Occultist with that. Super easy. And he's kidding about, you don't need the Lokar set for that at all. Just Occultist and Raven. That's all it takes. Don't die, sure. And don't over level past 11, sure. But literally just Occultist and Raven. You'll be fine. So we're turning off white and yellow items. Now, yellow items are not like completely worthless at this point, right? We're still wearing a bunch of yellow items, but greens we're about at the point where greens are going to start dropping consistently. And with very, very few exceptions that you shouldn't care about, you're not going to want to use a yellow item over a green. So pretty much any green that we pick up at this point is going to be better than the yellows that we have. There are certain yellow affixes that are good, but even yellow affixes, like, you're going to want them to be on an MI base or something. So yeah, if you have merits, it helps a lot too. But that, I mean, I feel like if you have merits, you probably wouldn't need to ask how to do it, if I had to guess. And same for Lokar set, right? I'm pretty sure if you have a Lokar set, you're not asking the question. I could be wrong.
Well, I'll be.
Maybe I'm just an asshole. Oh, we walked up here to Ulgrim, by the way. This guy is Ulgrim. He's a cook in the swamp. He's standing in the swamp cooking stuff. And I'm sending him back to town because I'm a friendly guy. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, I just said I'm a friendly guy. Thank you. Thank you. I'm a friendly guy. Right? I got a little chub. No. No, not that. The other thing. Fishman! Welcome in. How's it going? We're coming down here to kill these two bros because they're part of a quest.
She was jacking here, jacking there, jacking everywhere.
My balls! Watch out for this blue guy because he can freeze you. Okay. Don't let him freeze you. He was cold as ice. My balls! God damn it. God damn it. Fishman with a 3-stream streak. 3 is perfect. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, okay? Also, Scave, thank you. Everybody drink! Hey, everybody have a drink of something. Water is good. I'm fucking watching you. I'm fucking watching you, you son of a bitch. What is that? My throat's dry too, I know.
Max.
Oh, this is a good item. This is a good item. Obviously we don't care about the lightning aether damage. The spirit doesn't matter, but 36 poison res. Holy. And stun. Stun resist is good. Blong, welcome in. Nice tits. Bunch of some bitches, you know that? Bunch of some bitches. Hey, I'm gonna talk about these things. We picked up these items that give bonuses to forcewave. Do you know why we're not using them? Can anybody in class tell me why we're not using these two maces right here? Does anybody know? They give bonuses to forcewave. They give minus recharge. They give plus range. Seems pretty good. Anybody? Anybody been paying attention? Cause they're one-handed. Hey, good answer. Good answer. Also something about big dicks, but yes, it's because they're one-handed. Because that would mean we can't spam our forcewave, kids. And that sounds bad to me. Good Aegis of Menhir build? Oof. I mean, it would be Sentinel, probably, is what I would go for. I mean, there's a lot of good Aegis options. Personally, I'm not like a huge Aegis enjoyer. Sentinel is just very solid for a lot of things. I mean, to be honest, Aegis is very flexible. So it really depends on what kind of damage type you want to do, or like what secondary class you want to do with it. I don't like Aegis mechanically just because of the cooldown on it. I don't really enjoy it. Perdition, yeah, if you have full Perdition set, sure, it's really good for Aegis and Aegis level. D4. Oh my god, this guy's playing D4. Why would you admit that publicly? It's kidding. It's fine. It's fine. You're allowed to do it. You're allowed to do it. Best patch and worst patch? I mean, I don't know about worst patch. I have no idea about worst patch. Best patch, probably 1.2. I mean, they've been doing a lot of really good stuff lately. 1.2 was like was a very big patch, a lot of changes to the game. 1.2 added Sunder, which is, you know, not necessarily the best thing. Who the fuck is being loud right now? I didn't realize the zombies were affected by the voice volume. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but 1.2 brought evade, which is like, that's kind of a big deal, right? So, yeah. Reduce the cooldown to 0. I don't know. I kind of doubt it. I'm sure that you can reduce it a lot, but I don't know if you can actually take it to 0. We're just doing shit, by the way. I picked up this ring and it equipped itself because it's better than not having a ring. I'm gonna put on this weapon because it's better than what I have. The plus green number is pretty small, so it's like whatever, right? But you know, it gives some OA. It's got a proc. It's whatever. Like, it's like weird on damage types, right? But at this level, damage types don't really fucking matter. So bad patches at the beginning. See, I don't remember shit, so I have no idea. And B, I didn't play from the beginning. I didn't really play much Grim Dawn prior to at least Ashes of Malmouth, if not the other one, Forgotten Gods. Blong, I'm doing good. How are you? How was your day? How was your workout? Oh my god, I can't even fucking imagine. Ugh. Ugh. I mean, good shit. I can't do it. I can't do it. I should. I really should. I really should be less lazy, but man, that seems like a lot of work, doesn't it? That's my workout. I mean, yeah. You've never finished to completion until 2024? Living a life deprived. Oh, in Grim Dawn. Right, yeah. Oh. I'm glad you were able to finish. It's a good-ass game, man. Good day, good shit. Paired crew. That sounds fancy. Yeah, I like to tell myself I'm going to finish games. It doesn't happen very often, but every now and then. Polar, welcome in. Finishing games is for losers. Fucking A, right? I'm just kidding. Hey, finishing is good. Hey, everybody should finish the things they start, okay? I mean, I'm not going to do it. I'm just saying you should. I'm giving you life advice, okay? Till like 4 to 5K hours in? That can't be right. That cannot be right. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Hello? I can't. Oh, it's this way. I know, I'm not paying attention again. We're just autopiloting. Hey, I'm just doing the shit I'm supposed to do. We're getting this devotion shrine and shit. The Crucible achievements? Oh my god. Dale, are you an achievement hunter? Wait, are you an achievement hunter? Nothing wrong with that. There's no tone in my voice when I say it. Okay, I'm just making sure. Nothing wrong with that if you are. Was I convincing? Oh! 1 more hour of work? Good shit.
She was jacking here, jacking there, jacking everywhere.
When you finish games. I actually,
jacking here, jacking there, jacking everywhere. She was jacking here,
God
jacking
damn
there,
it.
jacking everywhere.
I got a little chub. Oh, I actually feel the opposite when I
She
finish
was jacking
games.
Here, jacking there,
God damn
jacking
it.
everywhere.
I usually feel bad when I finish games most of the time, especially if it's like a long game. If I've been enjoying the shit out of it and I finish it, and then it's like I can't play it anymore, you know? Shit sucks, man. That's part of the reason why I don't finish, because I'm trying to like prolong it. I'm trying to edge my shit as long as I can. Post-nut clarity? Maybe. Oh, god damn it. Are me and Dale best friends? Listen, I'm best friends with everybody here right now, okay? Every single one of you. I love you all the same. Equally best. Was that a good answer? Worst friend? Hey, fuck you, man. I'm just kidding. That's okay. I'll take it. It's fine. It's fine. I'll take it. I'll take it. The first Red Dead? Man, that was a long time ago. Didn't he die? Oh, spoilers, by the way. Didn't he die? That was a good-ass game, though. You know the only problem with that game? I had to play that shit on controller. Fucking sucked. But it was worth it. It was a good game. How long ago was that? Fucking 20 years ago, man. Red Dead. No, I don't want Red Dead Redemption 2, bitch. Back in my day, it was just Red Dead Redemption. 2010. 2010. 15 fucking years ago, boyo. Holy shit. Oh. Red Dead 2 is one of your favorite games. I've heard it's really good. I've never played it. And you know what's weird? I liked Red Dead Redemption a lot. I've had literally no desire to play 2 ever. Literally never even crossed my mind as something I would want. I would probably enjoy it if I played it. Are there horse balls? That's not a reason to play the game. That was just a question that I was asking. Dark Cloud. I've heard of the name of that game. I've never played it. Total favorite. Too hard. Oh. Oh. Fucking memories, man. Goddamn. I can't do that shit. I can't go back to like old saves of games. It feels like somebody else's game, you know? Even if I was the one who played it and saved it, if that shit happened 10 years ago, that was not me. That was some other guy. Oh, we're in the dungeon, by the way. We're in the prison dungeon now because we gave the guy some scrap and then we had to go kill something. I've lost track. Shrinking horse balls in cold weather. Why? Does it add to the gameplay? Is that an integral part of the ambiance? The setting? I mean, sure, but balls do a lot of things that most games don't normally simulate, like the physics and the mechanics of how balls work. Perhaps to their detriment. Perhaps more games should consider shrinking horse balls. Maybe that's why it's so good. Maybe. That could be the case. Oh! That's not the reason why. That's not the reason why. That has nothing to do with horse balls. Oh my god. Beat it the first week you moved into your first apartment. Good shit. God damn. That's very emotional, man. Fuck. I don't think Grim Dante's gonna have shrinking balls. Of how I got into streaming? That's an interesting question. Can I tell you the story? I'm thinking. I guess I can, right? I guess it's safe enough. Tremor? Wait, shut the fuck up. We got a Tremor blueprint. That could be pretty good for the build. I'm also reading items. We're wearing this because it has resists and shit. Once upon a time, I was married. Ugh, gross. Don't recommend. Unless you're really into that shit, and then I'm happy for you. Once upon a time, I was married. And, you know, it's a different life, right? Doing some other shit. And then that was not the case anymore. And that's a thumbs up, right? That's a good thing. And for me. No! Oh my god! Aggressive Veloth's Ring of Supremacy. 7% OA and of Supremacy. Jesus fucking Christ. And cast speed gloves. God damn. Yeah, it is 5 levels above me. Fucking A. About Maxima's mommy, I am not going to tell you about her. That was a time in my life that does not exist. So I've mentioned this before, right? There's like a period of time in my life where I didn't exist, and it was that time. It's like part of who I am as a person. Is when I am like with someone, when I'm in a relationship, I cease to exist. I like am, you know, unhealthy, like devoted to the other person, right? That's not good. Also, we came here because I have to turn in my necklaces. 3 slith necklaces. So anyway, that was me for a while. 5 years? 6 years? Something like that. And then it wasn't me anymore, and that's a good thing. And yeah. And so after that, and this is actually, nobody has heard this before, I became an overlay emo. Yeah, she was not a 2D anime girl, so it wasn't going to work out. After that, I actually... I don't know exactly what prompted me to like want to do stuff, but I actually started off on YouTube. Believe it or not, you're never gonna find my early YouTube content. But I started off on YouTube. It was like a very weird thing for me. You know, it was new shit. I've never done anything like that. I don't like, prior to that, I didn't really like interact with people online at all. I sure as shit don't do any content creation. Like, it was not my shit, right? But I don't know. I just decided to try it. I was like, fuck it, man. You know what it actually was? It's like the worst reason for getting into something like that is I was like, man, it would be sick if I could quit my job and just play video games and jerk off all day. And, you know, obviously that's not going to happen. I think we've given up on that dream, thank God. But that was the idea. So.
What do you want?
I know. Well, so that's the thing too. So if you want more deep lore, if we're going deep lore tonight, you're not gonna know who it was. You're not gonna be able to find those videos. And part of the reason for that is because I'm a ghoster. I'm a ghoster real bad. Okay, this whole shit right now, this whole shenanigans with like sticking with something for a while and like knowing people and like having a Discord and shit and like having friends and shit, this is not my shit. Traditionally, it is now, I guess. I'll allow it for now. But traditionally, that's not my shit. So, oh, the fucking music ended. I don't want just silent while I'm talking, bro. Bruh. Kinda, yeah. We are friends, I know. As shocking as it is, I know. But yeah, I'm a ghoster, so all that shit that I did before was on a different name, and you'll never find it. I'll never tell. I'll never tell. I mean, it's still there. Like, I didn't delete it or anything, right? It's like theoretically possible for somebody to run across my old channel.
Good, you're back. One of my
And theoretically, it's possible that you could tell it's me based on my voice. At the time, I didn't use a camera at all, so I did YouTube videos of Elden Ring gameplay with voice only, no camera. I also didn't have this nice penis microphone in front of me. I had, it was my headset mic, so it's like crackly audio. It didn't sound as nice and crisp and smooth as it does now. But yeah, you wouldn't be able to find me for sure. Anime Girl is a profile picture. I do on Steam now, yeah. I didn't before, but I do now. I found one yesterday. I think it's actually the same girl that Sarash has. I think it was, right? Yeah, I can almost guarantee you it is. I think so. And I didn't know that was your girl at the time. I just picked the best looking one. Happened to be the same. You had one before too? Oh fuck. Okay, Mel could probably find it, but don't do it. Don't do it, Mel. Don't out me. Nah, it's fine. If anybody did find it, I'm not that worried about it. I was also, you know, I was younger back then. I was unconfident. I was not really prepared to do things. I fucked up. I killed my fucking portal, son of a bitch. Fuck. I wasn't paying attention because I was yapping. Fuck. That's fine. We'll run back the long way. But yeah, I was unconfident, right? I was new. Again, it's like my first time doing anything like that, right? Like my first time doing any kind of content. So I started out with my first video and I was like, hi, my name is, and I gave him, you know, my actual real life name, which is James, by the way, lol. Hi, my name is James, and I guess I'm gonna play Elden Ring or something. And thinking back on it now, it's like, fuck, man. It wasn't that bad. It's just we've come a long way since then, you know. I feel a lot more comfortable these days. It's not actually Max, but that is what I go by. I don't mind either one, but mostly I'm Max. I like it better that way. But yeah, there was that. So I did the YouTube channel for 4 or 5 months, something like that. You know, it didn't go well, right? Of course, a fucking brand new YouTube channel of somebody playing Elden Ring, some fucking jerk off with no, you know, there's no draw. There's no reason for anybody to be there. So it didn't go well, of course, right? And so I took a break from that for a while. And then I decided to be on Twitch because that's the whole ghosting thing, right? I was like, man, this shit fucking sucks. And I didn't want to, like, you know, say goodbye or anything. So I just logged out of that channel and never logged back into it. And then I made a Twitch account and I started streaming on here. And I actually started streaming Stardew Valley because that's a great game. That was June, May or June or July of 2023. Not long before Grim Dawn Season 5, the Community League Season 5. And, you know, starting out on Twitch, right? You're streaming to, like, one guy, right? For a long time. The very first and only viewer that I had for a long time, actually, was Carson, our good buddy Carson. I don't know if he's still in here or not. But he's a good guy. He was hanging out for the early times. And there was that. And at the time, I was playing Grim Dawn, like, on the side. It was like an off-stream game. And I don't know why. There was no like real reason for that being off stream and the other stuff being on stream. I think that at the time I felt like Stardew was probably, like, you know, better for growth, lol. Which is, again, it's like fucking whatever, right? That doesn't exist. But yeah, I decided that I would play Stardew, and so I did. I know. That's what I'm fucking telling you, man. Like, this is, I'm legitimately more invested into who I am now than most of the other people that I've ever been. Hey, I'm not going anywhere, okay? Unless I do. If you ever see me not show up again, that's what happened. Nilo, welcome back. Did you die? The 7 TV, I know, sucked me in. How could you possibly leave such beauty? Such absolute beauty. People would be confused. I mean, I would know, right? I would know, but that's what happens when you have multiple names. Shit's weird. Imagine ghosting us. I would never. Unless I do. But I would never. I'm not planning to. That's another part of the reason why something like going to Dragon Con is a real big fucking commitment to me. And I don't mean that as in, like, I don't go to cons. I mean that as in, like, I don't legitimately allow people to know that I exist. But, you know, here we are. Here we are. Practically committing. I still have to book a hotel. Fuck. Couldn't find my older content? Good. Good. I know. I'm a changed man, I swear. I swears it on my mum. We're still playing the game, by the way. I'm just getting devotion shrines on shit. We're going for Warden Krieg. We're gonna kill Warden Krieg by the end of the stream because I stopped explaining shit. Oh my god. That's so exciting. Also, we have 11 unspent attribute points. Yes, somebody's about to lose 10,000 points. Oh, get fucked. Oh! I think it's fair. That also means somebody's about to gain 10,000 points. Think about that, why don't you? You generous fellow. What a very generous gentleman. Probably Hamill. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah. I know. But yeah, so I started out playing Stardew, and then eventually started playing Grim Dawn. And again, it's like, you know, when you start something like that, nobody knows who the fuck you are. So I was streaming to Carson, like, you know, and he didn't even give a shit about Grim Dawn, but he liked hanging out enough that he still followed me to a different game. You know, there were like one or two other people that would show up sometimes. I don't remember who else like would have been in that very, very early time. I don't remember if I met Yodo before Magi or not. I don't remember. But my, you know, my big break, right? The reason why I'm so wildly popular today, is because of Magi, right? So back when I was a 1 or 2 or whatever viewer kind of guy, one day Magi decided to show up here. And I wasn't even a degenerate pervert in those days. I didn't even have 7 TV. So he didn't even like realize, you know, what the situation was. It just worked out that way. And then from there were people that were happy to hang out, which was cool. I was a chill guy, right? I guess. And then one thing led to another. And here we are. I was a respectable human being before I met Magi. I'm pretty sure it was Yodo that got me into 7TV. I'm pretty confident in that. He had like 1 or 2 emotes, and I was like, what the fuck is this? How the fuck do you do this shit? And then I got on 7TV, and I was like, oh. Oh. and then it was, you know, it's all ogre, right? Were you one of the first Yodo viewers? Those were early times. I was there. I'm pretty sure I wasn't his first or anything, but I was there pretty early. I don't remember which build it was, but it's when he was doing the cosplay builds, basically. I think it was the Blender build in Season 5. 10 followers. God damn. What the fuck is Pepega Caca? Listen, don't worry about it. We embrace the caca now. Okay. Well, listen, I'm glad to have you here. I'm glad you're learning shit. I know I'm not really explaining anymore. But that's because like we've reached the point where we're comfy, right? So that's the thing with the forcewave build, is it just becomes comfy, right? Early on, it's like not that exciting or whatever. It's not that strong. But once you get your forcewave maxed out, you feel really good. Once you get your shambulet, you feel like impossibly good, right? You're untouchable. And then from here, it's just upgrades. We're looking at gear as we pick it up. We're looking for things that have resists. We're looking for things that have physical damage. We're looking for gloves with casting speed, because again, it's a cast speed build, right? Casting speed for damage. Rings can also have casting speed, not that likely, but it's an option. We're looking for the highest physical damage weapon that we can have at any given point, and there we can generally trust the green, right? If a two-handed weapon says that it's green, it's basically probably better. But yeah, it's like smooth sailing, right? And we've hit the Shambulet power spike, but we have not even come close to the Kraken power spike, or the Bear power spike, or the Ass Blade power spike. Like it's gonna get so much stronger than what it is right now. And it's already like shitting on things, right? And you know, to be fair, that's not purely a force wave thing. Any decently put together build that's leveling is also shitting on things in normal, right? It's just, you know, you can do it with force wave, and force wave is safe, and force wave is easy. You just have to not die, because I have very low HP right now. I should probably get some HP. Maybe I'll get some HP. That's a good idea. We do only have 27 Aether Res and 32 Pierce for Warden Krieg, and we don't want to die accidentally, so... I'll get a Menhir's Will, and I'll get some points in Milcon for health. You know, if I have to. I also have 12 attributes, so we could get 10 Cunning. Sounds fucking great to me. Some OA, some health, right? Full Lokar set, nice, congrats. It's a fucking achievement, man. Lokar sucks these days, so he's a pain in the ass with Sunder. So that's good shit. Personally, I fucking hate fighting Lokar these days. I know for somebody like Dale, it's no big deal. I know, I already know you're gonna say it. You don't even have to say it, you son of a bitch. I already know. Wait, have I been reading lore notes? When was the last lore note I read? It was a long time ago, right? Shit. Okay, shh. Don't tell anyone. I haven't done Lokar ever. I mean, you should do it at least once, but, you know, go in there with a strong build. It's a painful fight. But you know, you could mostly take your time, right? Once you have a decent like build put together damage wise, and you don't have any concern about getting overwhelmed by clones, you can afford to take it slow. Dodge Sunder waves, you know, don't do anything stupid. 93% to hit, by the way. Oh yeah, we also have devotions I didn't use. Hang on. Don't forget to use your devotion points, kids. That helps a little bit too. Yeah, Avengers helps a lot. Yeah. Oh my god, the hit chance. The hit chance on Krieg is not very high. Ow. Bitch. Hey, don't die to Warden Krieg. Oh, no. Oh, I thought he was shooting. We're okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're like sub 90% hit chance, which I don't know why. It's not like we have shitty OA, right? 89.5%. Listen, my HP is low, okay? I don't want to die. How embarrassing would that be? Making a video for all the noobs out there and then I die in the middle of it? Holy shit. I would never live it down, you know? Spirit. You bitch. I'm still using my insulated leather helm. Good thing it's got a polished emerald on there. Oh my god, Sarash won your points! Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Oh my god. Ah, there you go. An actual winner. Holy fuck. Extreme! You go get yourself some veg. You go get some good ass fucking sleep, you little son of a bitch. Listen, man, I appreciate you hanging out, as always, okay? You have a good one. I will see you later. Gonna get ran over by a car. Don't do it. Don't do it. Winners, Sarash, Fishing Hat, Draenor. Salute, believers, hats off. Good shit. Losers, oh my god, Scave. and Master Halls. Those are some hefty bets against me. I can't imagine why ye would think that that was a good idea. At least have a beer in hand. That's true. Hey, don't drink and drive, but do drink and get hit by trucks. Is that how that goes? That can't be right. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. When you say it out loud like that, I'm pretty sure that's not right. Hey, didn't I have a... Excuse me? Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay, so there you go. Warden Krieg, capable and ready. Good shit. Wait, should I do the thing? Here, let's do the thing. Let's pretend I'm a real boy. I'm gonna import my build. And then I'm going to paste it. Oh god, where the fuck are my... Oh god, that is not where my builds are. That is legitimate pornography. Here. Aha! Bitch. Got it. Okay, I'm sharing. I'm putting this, and then I'm gonna paste it here. And that way, in part 1 of the YouTube video, I can put a link to my shit. And everybody can be so proud of me.
Is it finished?
Hello,
The Warden's
YouTube.
defeat is a great
So you must be the kid. Hi. Before we do.
All right. And then it's off to Act 2. Are we doing Act 2 today? Are we doing Act 2 today? I feel like that's a good question, right? I don't actually know. If we don't do Act 2, we do something else instead, right? Don't forget to smash that like button. Bitch. Is that how you do it? I'm on TV! Hey, is this thing worth using when you're starting out? No, right? Not even. Not even. Oh, also, this is okay. I'll include this. We'll include this as part of the thing. Let's pretend that we're still doing Act 1 things. This is like post Act 1, but pre Act 2. You go into Forgotten Gods and make sure you get a movement augment. Now, you know, if this is not your first character, you can have them in the bank, right? You don't actually have to do this, but this is our first character. So we come into Forgotten Gods. We reach level 19, easy, right? And then we do this little thing, this little number right here. Only 25% of the people who watch my videos are subscribed. Imagine looking at your stats. Holy fuck.
I could hear the battle from
second most watched streamer was Rainin number 1. I bet he was, wasn't he? I mean, that's a fitting end. I wouldn't complain. I wouldn't complain. Wait.
Let me clear your
No,
mind of
stop.
regrets.
We're coming over here. So we picked Bismiel. right? We pick Bismuel. You have to pick between the 3 witch gods. I pick Bismuel every single time on every single character. Now, the witch god that you choose, Scave, go enjoy your cats. Yeah, I do. I mean, I usually go a day or 2 between streams, so that's fair. Rainin always streams like during the day. I mean, he streams a little bit into the night my time, but not often enough for me to watch a lot. And I usually just lurk when I'm there because I'm an asshole. Oh, I didn't actually do the thing, but
You've been my dear. Then what the scheme.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got.
yeah, I always pick Bismuel, so it only matters for the movement augment that you're gonna buy, because you're gonna buy a movement augment to help you move, right? The options are Shadow Strike. Blitz is not a real option. Shadow Strike, Leap, Teleport, and the Vir's Might, like charge thing. You know, everybody has their own preferences, right? Everybody likes their own shit. Personally, I get Leap every time, all the time, every character, every time. The only possible case where I would think about not having Leap is if it's a class combo that doesn't naturally have any movement skills at all, and then I might get Shadow Strike, but I'll probably still get Leap. It's just muscle memory to leap around, so pretty much every fucking time. I don't think I've seen a picture of all his cats. No, he doesn't usually show his pussy. But he should. Apparently he has to feed those things like every single day or they're gonna kill him. Yikes. Yikes. Okay. What do we do? What do we do next? Do we play another game or do we play more Grim Dawn? I feel like I'm not explaining anything anymore, which means I'm like way too zoned out, right? Oh yeah, we could play more, whatchamacallit? More Killing the Yang Family. Do we want to kill the Yang family? Or is it time for Emote Burial? I mean, it would be a good time to end. That's the sucky thing, right? Like every time towards the end of the stream, it's like it would be a great time to end because it's an appropriate time, but also I'm fucking enjoying myself. And I don't want to. I don't want to end. Oh, for the YouTube video cutoff. Oh, right. Right. Okay, let's do that. Here. Okay, that's the end of part 1, everybody. Goodbye. Go fuck yourself. I hope you learned how to play the game. And if you didn't, then that's your own fucking problem. I literally couldn't possibly do any more to help you. So I believe in you. Good luck. Good shit. I'm out, bitches.